This meeting is being recorded. Has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Working out the kinks and all of that. So hold on, y'all. So wait, getting it done. So yeah. So bear with us just 1 second. Mm-mm. So let's see. There we go. Got it. There we go. We good? We live? We good? We live? Check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. What up? We good? We live? Mic check. We good. Just testing. P's and Q's. Check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. What up? Good. Live. Mic check. You good? Let's test. Q's and Q's. Check, check, check. Check, check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. What up? What up? Good. Live. Check. Good. Q's and Q's. Check, check, check. Check, check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. What up? What up? Good. Live. Good. Check, check, check. Check, check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. What up? What up? Oh my God. Instagram fam. All right.
And you said that's so smooth. Then she crossed the leg. Woo! I'm so proud that the Lord let me see great grandchildren and great grandchildren. This is great. This is good. Yeah. You got to ride across it, but all these people come back and do it. If you move anything here, you don't get out of here. And then around about 11, 12 o'clock at night, you know. I'm going home.
All right.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded. The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
All right, y'all. We got it going tonight. It's live, and yeah, we here. So yeah, welcome to the Drop Squad at Live. On first,
All right, y'all.
this
We
is
got it
gonna
going
be.
tonight. It's live.
I don't know how we're gonna do this. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
The recording has stopped.
Let's see, hold up.
So yeah, welcome to the Drop Squad at Live. On first. All right, y'all.
This
We
is
got it
gonna
going
be.
tonight. It's live.
I don't know how we're gonna do this. Wait, something is going wrong for some strange reason. So yeah.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right, I'll edit that last part out. Bear with us tonight because we're going. This is our first show that we're going to be doing it like this tonight. Usually we on the Zoom, but we've been working very hard, all of us together, in our spare time and, you know, off time or whatever. And we've been doing this for the show. So proud to say that we got this going for us. We got our social media presence. We now got our Facebook channel and now our very own YouTube channel. So we getting there. We very much getting there, y'all. So this is a very, very exciting time for us, for all of us, for us more. So very excited about tonight. You know, tonight is gonna be as y'all know, for our current members, y'all already know it, but for the new people that'll be with us tonight, we go live twice a week, every Sunday night and every Wednesday night, same time, 7:30, 8:30 Central, Eastern, and so I guess that would be 5:30 for our West Coast people, you know, Pacific time people. Anyway, like I said, tonight's gonna be very, very special because it's the first time we're gonna be doing it live streaming with the YouTube channel as well. So we in for a good treat tonight. You know, I'm very excited about it. We've been working hard on this. What else? Just doing a whole lot of things, you know. Sunday night, this past Sunday night, what was that? August 30th, 2020. We had a very excellent episode, but had very technical difficulties running with it because it didn't save. However, you know, it's still, even though it's bittersweet that we didn't get to save it, still thankful for it nonetheless. The people that were there, we know very well how excellent that episode was, and we know the jewels, you know, the gems that we got to drop on that, you know. So it was a moment of, you know, for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, as we often say on the Drop Squad, the people that needed to hear what the messages that we were bringing to the table and the guests that we had to be with us that night brought us very important news. You know, the messages were passed on. You know, the people, like I said, that were present, who needed to hear everything, we heard it, you know, what we needed to know. And so moving forward, you know, it's just a lesson of, you know, live and learn, that type of thing. All right. So yeah, we're gonna get it in tonight. Very excited. Holding it down right now while I'm waiting on my other two co-hosts. And yeah, we got it going good. So everybody, you know, for those that missed our Sunday night episode, I got a good feeling about tonight's episode. So, you know, no use crying over spilled milk. You know, we just gonna continue moving forward. We now know what we got to do as a people, you know. So there it is. So let me run down what we got planned for everybody tonight. We have decided to make our Sunday night is more likely going to be our, you know, leisure night, if you will. You know, we just sit back in the cut, just, just talking and respectfully, listening to one another. Hey, what up, Kevin? How you doing, brother? And Wednesday nights we decided are going to be basically our like study nights, just going in on things, learning, more science and what we need to do as a people moving forward, removing ourselves as chattel property, as U.S. citizens, and finally reconciling and going back to our proper place, our proper status, and no longer being U.S. citizens, but our rightful place, what's our birthright, going by our nationality, because everybody has a nationality, and you're supposed to, So tonight, I'm very excited to say that tonight is going to be dedicated and geared toward that focus tonight, because we've been getting a lot of people who've been saying that, leaving messages, commentary that they do enjoy the show with us, and we appreciate y'all, by the way. But we do get a lot of people who want to know, well, now that we know what the Moors are and everything and what they're about, how do we obtain that for ourselves? So I'm very proud to say that tonight we're going to be taking care of that. We're going to be focusing solely on all that end of the spectrum, getting people right with their nationality, teaching them the basics, and learning the ropes, because I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people out there who are very fed up with the common I guess I want to say quid pro quo, but I think I might be misspeaking on that. But I'll just say people are very tired of the rigmarole, and they don't know where to go. They're sick of being a part of the U.S. government and seeing the way politicians and treat and answer to citizens, United States citizens, and a lot that are fed up. They feel like their back is up against the wall, basically. So tonight we're gonna be gearing in finally on the alternative option, because a lot of people don't know there is an option outside of this. You don't have to be chattel property. So yeah, that's all I got to say for right now as far as announcement goes. So we are officially 18 minutes into the show. So now I've got that out the way, we can get it cracking, and officially, as 1/3 of the Drop Squad crew, I can officially bring us in and begin the show. So let's go. You hear that noise? You know that sound? You know what it's all about. It's time. Drop Squad show. We here. Shout out to everybody who's arrived. Faye, David, Kevin. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing tonight?
Greetings.
What's up?
Not much.
How y'all feeling out there? Y'all good?
Oh, it's a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day, indeed. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, baby. Always. It's a beautiful day. So yeah. If y'all just now coming in, y'all probably didn't catch what I was saying. Hold on.
The recording has stopped.
Bye, y'all. See y'all later.
This meeting is being recorded.
All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Family, my brother and his wife. Yeah. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. For those that may have missed the beginning of what I was saying, I was just bringing everyone up to speed. We've got our YouTube channel going tonight. If y'all can see that. Let me see. Hold on. Y'all probably can't. Let me see. Share the screen. There we go. There we go. We got our YouTube. We got the live stream going. We in there, baby. We in there. We are in there tonight. So yeah, what up to my audience? How y'all feeling? What's going on in y'all neck of the woods? Don't everybody speak at once, I guess. Y'all there?
I'm still here.
Don't everybody speak at once. How you doing, Dave? How you doing, Kevin? How's everything over there where y'all at?
I'm gonna get on there.
Can't hear? Okay. Oh well. Anyway, y'all, we going straight in tonight with the learning study group. Faye, I know you're gonna be happy about that. We've been trying to get that done for a minute now. You know, workout, having a day focusing on studying and all that good stuff.
Oh, okay then. We on point then.
Heck yes, tonight is the night, baby. We getting down to the nitty gritty. For real. You stop all the barking. Yeah, we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty for real tonight. A lot of people rightfully so have always been asking, questions about how do they, take on doing their nationality and what do they need to do to get started. So we definitely gonna be going in tonight on that and get us set up with the proper web pages. That is, people proclaiming excuse me. Excuse me, y'all. I'm sorry. Proclaiming and declaring, just working on everything on that end of the spectrum, because it's now September, which means we only got not that long to the end of this year is upon us, not that long at all. Let me check in on the flip side, see where everybody is at. Everybody should be here not too long. Folks getting off of work, getting home, all that type of stuff. Excuse me. David, if you're there, let me know if you can hear me. I'm
here. I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I had a question. Last time you were on with us, you said you had been in the Moorish temple since, was it 1994?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that. How was that for you back in the day? Like, what led you to that road, to the end road, and finally coming home, if you don't mind?
Like I said, throughout my whole life, I was always kind of consciously aware about
just consciously aware. So you always basically knew who you were.
Yeah, the energy. Yeah, I just knew it was something wrong with the word black.
Mm-hmm.
And couldn't fully understand it at the time, but my brother, like going to the Nation of Islam and all that stuff was, like I used to go to some of those meetings.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I'm brought up, not brought up in the church, but know a lot more about Christianity than Nation of Islam. And my even when I went to Nation of Islam, even when they said the black man this and the black man that,
Mm-hmm.
it was okay, but to me, it was just like it's still using that word black or whatever. So, and then one day, my brother was taking me to I thought was going to be another meeting of the nation at the Nation of Islam meeting,
Mm-hmm.
the mosque or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it ended up being a meeting at Temple 21 in Atlanta, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went in there and they were talking about nationality and black, black according to science means deaf.
Mm-hmm.
Black is not a nationality.
Right.
I knew I was at home the first day so I knew that's where I guess my journey had led me to, even though I didn't know that
Right.
was how my journey was going to be
Right.
or whatever, Been around different teachers, like the Grand Sheik was on William Stringer Hill.
Mm-hmm.
You had assistant Grand Sheik named Marvin Davis Hill. Just a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? A lot of different people. And all the stuff that a lot of people are learning now,
Mm-hmm.
as far as like learning about law and all that stuff or whatever. Not necessarily learning about it now, but how everybody's piecing everything together.
Right.
Temple 21 was doing that back then, like we would learn, studying from them. We had like different people using their strengths to learn about the Bible, learn about the law, learn the Constitution, learn about the Temple of America, all that stuff. So
Right.
we were tying in stuff, and so from tying in all that stuff, we wanted like one of the strongest temples, you know what I'm saying, in basically United States, really. Just the information that we were learning and stuff. Go to Cleveland,
Mm-hmm.
learn, get certain information. The Moors up there in Cleveland went to DC, Chicago. So just learned a lot of different things from a lot of different people. We had a lot of master teachers and teaching us whatever. The Empress, she used to talk temper at times, talking about the Washita, JW, and also I think even Bobby Hemmett used to come by there at times, and was teaching certain things, you know what I'm saying? So it was just so much like C. Freeman Hill,
Mm-hmm.
a whole bunch of people, you know what I'm saying? So it was just a lot of information that was being taught in that area, in that at that temple.
Right.
But then you had a lot of people who came in, like people that, you know what I'm saying? And their basic thing was to basically dismantle it or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of separate, make scatter people, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. So,
Right.
so me being like 16 turned 17, when I joined or whatever, or being in it for a few years after that,
Mm-hmm.
It kind of was disappointing in a sense because I'm taking it serious, but it seemed like a lot of people, instead of just working together, everybody, you had people that wanted to be the Grand Sheik,
king of the
assistant
hill.
Grand Sheik.
Yeah.
So everybody started trying to fight to be the leader like that in a sense, and it just caused a whole bunch of confusion.
Right.
And for me being 16 or whatever, 16, 17,
Mm-hmm.
Through 19 or whatever, just seeing all that stuff, it was kind of disappointing to me because like y'all not taking this stuff serious.
Right.
So and like I said, there's a lot of infighting and all that stuff. So and egos.
Right.
And so when they even asked me to be assistant Grand Sheik.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what about 99, 2000, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought they were joking.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, Braswell Bay in Chicago asked me to be an assistant Grand Sheik.
Right.
And I had to turn it down in a sense because I just felt like the person who was the Grand Sheik was one of the people who had caused the confusion,
Right.
the conflict, instead of
Right.
having the unity and all that other stuff. And I didn't want to be identified with that. You know?
Right. You taking
So I
something
mean, I feel like
serious. Yeah. And I said you taking it serious, and the elders that's supposed to be, you know, your OGs and teaching you how to be basically in a sense they successor one day. You seeing them kind of acting like what the revelator used to refer to as dirty Moors. You seeing them act as if uh they selfish and they just trying to make it about them and for their own gains and stuff, basically.
Yeah. And trying to have that title for themselves or whatever, instead of understanding, like, all of us can share the information that we know, and build and grow, continue to build and grow together.
Right.
So it just started separating or whatever. So I think that was my whole disappointment in the thing, where just like, like, dang, I'm ready to receive the information. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking it serious, but everybody else is like, trying to, everybody trying to sleep with the next person. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of that stuff going on too. You know what I'm saying? So,
right.
So that caused a whole bunch of confusion because you're trying to have a co-op or whatever, where everybody live in a certain house, and put in money to a pot and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And so it was just a whole bunch of stuff that happened, but like, that's why I say, like, for 26 years and looking at all this stuff now, maybe it had to take all that time in a sense, but for people to really start seeing how serious it is.
Right.
This work is, whatever. Even though it was serious then, I just feel like, in a sense now, like I said, I was 17 when I joined. So I'm 42 now. So it's like, looking back, it's like, damn, where did all the years go? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Fly, and it, so I think that's the thing right there. But I think my foundation has always been pretty strong, and like I said, when I was in '97, when came to add up, man, I could have became one in '96, but I just didn't have the money at the time.
Right.
It was more about my heart. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, I didn't really have the money. So, but when I went in, I think it was '97, '98. When we went to the national convention in Chicago, we were able to see, where on the picture where you see the prophet and all them standing in front of the temple.
Yeah.
Convention.
Yeah.
We were right there, and we were able to take like picture and go inside and all that stuff, and
Word.
Is
that building still stands to this day, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a national what you call it, one of those buildings where historical site.
Right.
Where it's like, now you can't it can't be torn down like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Or made into an apartment complex like they did some of the other temples. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's my thing, just trying to make sure stay focused on the prayers, and just stay focused on the prayers, focus on readings and all that stuff, and just continue to build my mind and myself. But I think the whole thing was just gaining listening to that still small voice within. That's the thing that really led me there,
right?
Because it was just the energy that I felt from when my friend, he was real dark, but I didn't look at people because of they're dark. That means they're black or whatever. But I guess that thing right there, when he said his name was Black Boy, I just felt that energy,
right?
And it, I don't think he even felt it, but it's like I felt it. So like, I just knew something was up with it,
right?
Right. So that's my little part of the story, I guess. But
I appreciate
Have,
that.
yeah, no problem.
Yeah. The reason I asked is,
Mhm.
because like I said, for those of y'all that missed it, by the way, hold on before I get in, welcome, Brother Yachida, Cliff, welcome, my co-host.
Hello, sister.
Yeah. Like I was saying at the beginning, for those that missed it, tonight we decided Wednesday is gonna be more of our study days, and Sundays is gonna be like leisure, just kicking back, dropping gems, and as we did, those of y'all were all in attendance. So y'all know about what happened Sunday. Unfortunately, somehow, some way that file is Zoom didn't send it to me like they usually do. They send an email saying that it's been uploaded to the cloud. But as I look at it, maybe it was a blessing in disguise, because as y'all know, fellow sister of ours, Dawn, did, drop some, very insightful knowledge to us. And she didn't have to bring that information to us. She could have kept it to herself and just kept on moving with life. But she hit me up and asked if we were going live that night, and I told her, yeah, absolutely, always. And she brought it. However, on my end, for some reason, 1 o'clock when we closed out the show, the last 20 minutes, my screen froze, and just, I don't know what was going on, but I know I could hear y'all and still speak to y'all as I'm doing now. But for some reason, the screen freezing, I guess, messed up the whole feed somehow. And when I went off the air, closed the show out, I just hit stop and just exit, not really knowing whether or not the record button in the corner was going. So, like I said, that footage is just out somewhere in the, I guess, what they call the Matrix, the abyss, or whatever. But like I said, it's a bittersweet thing. But thing is, like, for those of us that were there that night, we got to hear and listen to one another, drop gems, as me and Cliff often say, those who have eyes to see, ears to hear. We were there. We know what went down, and we know what was shared between, all of us. So there's the sweet part to it. The bitter part is that, there's no way to look back on that night, those 7 hours that we spent together talking, just chopping up a whole lot of things. However, back to my original point, we decided to make Sunday night, like I said, the leisure nights, and Wednesday nights gonna be basically for studying, getting ourselves as well as other undeclared more. Excuse me for being tongue tied, y'all. Gotta breathe and take it slow. But yeah, so the reason I asked David all of that is because, as you revealed to us the other night, you have been down with your temple since 94 when you were a very young man. So I thought, you know what, since we're going to be studying, I'm so super glad that you with us, David, because for those that we will run into, new people that have not yet declared, you are one of our OGs, one of our squad leaders, in case you don't know it, me and Oliver, Cliff, as well as Faye, we consider both of y'all squad members and squad leaders, not just members, but leaders, in the squadron general. So I'm glad to have you, David, with us, because like if we run into other people who are at a crossroads of full of what ifs, you're one more brain, you and Faye both, and all other people on the show that can help assist us with teaching people the importance of their nationality and what it means. So I thank you for that and being the blessing to us. And I just thank Allah for not just you, but for all of us arriving and finally crossing paths, in this universe. You know, I call it stars colliding, if you will. So yeah, so that's what tonight's gonna be about. We decided to make it about nationality. It's the order of the day, we always say. But Wednesday tonight, this is gonna be the first official live stream that we ever do on an outside party like YouTube. We've got our YouTube channel integrated now with the Zoom account. So that's what I was showing y'all earlier. Let me pull it back up. This is the YouTube channel. Let me know if y'all can see all of this, first of all.
Well, while she does that, I want to formally greet my co-host, Sister Willem. I would like to greet our distinguished guests, as well as our, day oneers, our solid members that has been rocking with us since the beginning. I would like to say, in the name of Allah, in the name of Yahweh, and in the name of the Most High, greetings and salutations.
Islam.
My name is Brother Uchida L, also known as Cliff. And I would just like to take this opportunity to say, you could have been anywhere tonight, but you chose to spend, your precious hours, invest your precious hours with us. And for that, we thank you.
Absolutely.
For coming, breaking bread with us, having communion. And, like they say, iron sharpens iron. So it's always great to have, another person come in and make you sharper while you make them sharper. So with that being said, I'd like to yield back to the sister.
Yeah.
Again, greetings and salutations. And I'm yielding back to the sister.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Cliff. I really have nothing else to say at the moment right now. I just wanted to show y'all the YouTube. Let y'all know we have the channel going up now. If
so
y'all,
we actually live on YouTube?
I believe so. I just have it paused because when I had it going, it was doing like a feedback, but the feedback was like maybe 5 or 10 seconds delayed. So I hit the pause button right here. But as you can see, it says live. Let's see if it works. More.
Our, day oneers, our solid members.
Okay, yeah, it's still recording everything. So yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Just to let y'all know.
I'm happy we're actually on that format, that that platform. However, with YouTube, I don't think that's gonna be a home for us very long. For how we get and how we get down.
Exactly.
So maybe we can probably just keep Wednesday nights on YouTube, and then Saturday we'll probably have to go on another platform because Sunday. Sunday can kind of get untamed.
Right. Yeah.
We drop the heavy jewels on Sunday. So
we take the Thor's hammer to the head. But yeah, I just thought after what happened this past Sunday, it's better, let me get another basket, instead of just the one and us putting all our eggs in just one basket. Let us get another basket, So that's what this YouTube. I'm just testing it out tonight, just to see how well it goes. If it's something that looks good, we keep it and then discuss from there what we want to really do with it. But yeah, it's just a test, it's nothing that's written in stone officially with them, like Cliff said, you know how YouTube is, how they like to get down and try to censor people, but tell them what you can and can't say and all this other bullshit, that we know of. Yeah. So, for those of y'all that are on YouTube, if you have the chance here, I've highlighted the show's channel and, just type it in and hit that subscribe button and, go from there. Try to post a little bit on there. I got one clip up for us already from last not last month, 2 months ago in July, we did where Brother Supreme talked to us about the right to travel. So I put that 15 little minute clip up of us talking and just dropping some real gems. So if y'all want to check that out, feel free to, in your spare time, give yourselves a little taste of what, Drop Squad is all about. Of course, y'all know in the audience right now, but this is for the people. I'm saying it, for the other people that may come along, So a little shameless plug a little bit in there. So we
so sis,
doing that.
Since you asked David about his background into Morse science and whatnot, and David, thank you for sharing. A lot of times,
Definitely.
a lot of people find it hard to talk about themselves and in the aspect of going back and talking about hardships and things that have made them men and women moving forward, addressing, a lot of things that we normally don't want to address. So with that being said, Brother David, I would like to take this time to just, thank you for the opportunity for us to just, listen to your backstory, listen to some of the things that you went through, some of the observations that you made to actually give you the knowledge and wisdom that you have today. And also for sharing that knowledge and wisdom with us, being transparent, being, what's the word I'm looking for? Being forthright.
Yeah, disclaimer.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like I appreciate the opportunity, like I say, to be here. Because I don't know everything, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of information, things I don't know.
Right.
Certain things I do know, whatever. So, just have to remain humble with all the information that you do receive, whatever.
Right.
Some of you might forget, some of you might be reminded of, when you hear certain things, and some of it be just new information. So, there's always having that to hear and to receive. So, like I said, just glad to be here and receive information, things of that nature. So, and sharing the experience.
I appreciate that, brother. I really do. I really do. Sister Faye.
Faye, you there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to take myself off mute. Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, sister, could you give us a little bit of your journey into the knowledge, into more science, and just overall, like, how did you become the being you are today, the wise woman?
My journey actually.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
My journey actually started as far as learning about nationality. Started about 3 years ago. Of course, I went through Bobby Hemmett and Panic and other metaphysical teachers that are on YouTube. And I believe it was Bobby Hemmett who mentioned C. Freeman Nail. And I went to C. Freeman Nail's, well, not his channel, but people had videos of his teachings. And I listened to him, and through the algorithm, other information started popping up on my screen. So the first teacher that I listened to was Eileen Bay. So, and I asked him a question, and it wasn't favorable because he called me a troll, and I was asking him a question to try to get a concept cleared.
Right.
And so anyway, that didn't deter me. He's still a great teacher. He mentioned, who did he mention? Anyway, I went through a lot of people, and then I ran into a Tawdry Bay videos. And that's when I really started sitting down and digesting the information and started doing some research. Then I met Amor at the library because I take my mom our central library has a book sale probably every quarter when they sell books for like hardbacks for $1 and paperbacks for 25 cents. So I met him more there, and he introduced me to RV Bay Publication. And I started ordering things from RV Bay and trying to show the information to my family, to my friends. And that went all the way south because they weren't trying to hear anything. They weren't trying to listen or see how the information could really benefit us as a people. Okay. So they wanted to continue to march and call themselves Black, and they were comfortable with it. And so I had to continue on my journey as far as studying on my own. And then probably last year, I decided it was time to go ahead and declare my nationality. When I decided to do that, I was invited to a ceremony at a young lady's house, and I actually got to meet Obashango Ale. And when I met him, I got to talking to him. And right now I'm going through his 11-step process to declare my nationality. Nice. So I think everything was just ordained, just the people that I was meeting. And, Allah was putting people in my path that could really assist me on this journey. And I'm very grateful. And then me and Willa this year actually met in Kroger's when all this just right about before all this extra started, Willa.
Yep.
Okay. We met at Kroger's, right before this happened. I don't want to call out his name because they like doing extra stuff. But we got to talking in Kroger's, and we just about talk at least once a week
ever since.
Yeah. I've just been communicating, and she told me about the channel. When I can, dropping in to obtain more knowledge.
Yep. And coincidentally, after I met Denise, that's the same week, Cliff, I had met you actually.
Yes, I think. Definitely.
Because
it was I think it was one of our first shows.
Oliver was on his IG channel live doing a video. Yep. So it's like very much, like planetary alignment, people in the universe, we just crossing paths now. And you know what else is crazy? Denise, tell them about how you had told me you had did a prayer before, like a few days before, or like a few weeks before you had met me, and we ran into one another. We both had done this prayer to ourselves, with Allah.
Right. Right. Exactly. I know a few Moorish brothers, but I asked Allah, I said, send me a female that I can study with. And not only did he put Willa in my life, right after that prayer, then I'm two other Moorish sisters that I know through that I met, Obashango El. They start just drawn to me and getting closer, and they call me, at least once or twice a week. So I mean, pray, Allah answers prayer. People talking about you don't need to pray. You have to ask for what you need and what you want, and I'm just finding that to be so true. The things that you really need are going to be provided. You're not going to lack anything that you actually need.
Right.
And I'm so grateful for that.
Right. The power of prayer and keeping an open line with Allah in terms of communication is very much powerful. It's very much powerful.
Put that petition in. I can put that petition in.
Yeah, I can say personally for myself, as y'all know, me and my mom, we've been in a difficult situation for It's nothing out of the blue. It didn't just come out of nowhere. But
I'm gonna have to interrupt you and say I don't think that's for this format.
Oh no. What I was gonna say is that no, I was just gonna about the prayer. Like I had a disagreement, or like not just with her, but other people. I noticed, and it just before allowing myself to get upset, I just went into my room, shut the door, got on my knees, and just started doing my prayers with Allah, and just saying, you know what, this is a hard path. I'm understanding now that why they say it's not an easy road to travel on when you make that decide to go down that road and go on that journey, So I asked Allah, I was like, yo, man, just please work on me, help me be better. I know you put me down here for a reason. You gave me a mission to fulfill, but it's hard. It's not as easy as I thought it was going to be. So I said to Allah, I said, please help me. I don't mind being your vessel. I'm very glad that you chose me, but I need help. This is not easy like I thought it was going to be. And I know you chose me for a reason, because I can get whatever it is you need done. And I have a way of reaching people, even though I'm quiet. But when I speak, I notice that you gave me the gift that when I talk, people listen. And they listen well, like children, or like you're training a puppy or something. Not to call people dog or anything, but just when I talk, it's amazing how many people open up to you and receive you and what you're talking about. So I said to God, I know that you gave me this gift. However, it's hard. It's very hard to deal with people, especially ones that are loved ones, and they see you on a path and they want to bring you down. And I said, just give me a sign, give me some type of help to help me succeed in my mission. And do y'all know not necessarily the next day, but the day after, I would say, something happened. And because I guess I had prayed, I got something that I had not necessarily wanted or asked for, but something I was blessed by Allah, getting it, and I chopped it up to me. Had I not prayed, this blessing wouldn't have come along the way that it did. So I say all of that to just end and say, believe in yourself, trust you first, and then Allah is going to show you everything that you need. You're going to find yourself better equipped and just more free. You feel a weight lifted off your shoulder after you pray. You really do. It's like my uncle used to say, God bless, rest his soul. He said, when you cry, you ever notice that when you cry, it's so refreshing to your soul, and then you go to sleep, and then you just wake up, and all of a sudden this feeling of just, you feel light, you feel lighter, as a person. And he said that's what it's like, with praying. So always pray. Even if you don't go to church, pray. Keep God in your life, And I've carried that lesson with me ever since. And I'm happy to say that with that type of logic and thinking positively that way in life and just being optimistic, it's led me to many blessings. And some of those blessings are not material things that I'm talking about. Those blessings are other vessels. Those blessings are you guys running into y'all and meeting y'all in life, because believe it or not, I believe divinely that we have crossed paths for a reason, and we have a mission, that we are, tasked with by Allah to fulfill and get done. And I really strongly see that now and believe in it, so much. So yeah, that's all I got. I'm done, Cliff.
No, sis, speak your mind. Speak your mind, sister. With that being said, Sister Faye, thank you so much for sharing your journey with us, and also, your wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
when you do speak, you know, it's like 1,000 lines roaring. You know what I'm saying? So you're one of my favorite guests on the show. You know,
not guest, squad members.
David is my least, but we're not gonna do it.
I don't do it like
I'm
that.
just messing with you, Dave. I'm just messing with you. But no, David is one of my favorites as well. But with that being said, sister, again, you know, thank you for taking the time out to just, you know, give us your journey into, you know, this knowledge, and everybody's individual journey is the same, you know.
Indeed.
Some people it's through shit, you know. Some of our brothers and sisters, you know, are locked up and behind, you know, bars, and they get this knowledge. Unfortunately, you know, they get it that way. I'd rather them receive it overall, you know. But with that being said, thank you, sis. Thank you for just sharing, you know. And, you know, alluding back to, you know, the brothers and sisters that get it, you know, through hard and through, you know, other means or whatever, it's not for you to be discouraged. When you see the light, you know, look at Malcolm X, for example.
Exactly.
Malcolm X received it in the least unlikely of places with the mindset that he had, where I would say he was not ready. But then again, when you're at your lowest of lows, that's when you reach your highest of highs. Like the sister was alluding to, when, you know, crying, when you reach your lowest and you give that burden up and you feel light. You feel that burden being lifted. You know, sometimes, you know, like with myself, Sister Wilhelmina, also, before I go into myself and then let Brother Kevin get his 2 cents off, I receive the knowledge in the least unlikely of places from basically the streets.
I thought you was gonna say the cemetery again. My bad.
No, there's other knowledge I received at the cemetery, but we're not gonna go there.
Okay.
It is Wednesday night.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. We can get into that, but I think that's more of a Sunday build, no?
Yeah, Sunday.
Okay. Well, when I say the streets, I mean in passing, you know, not in no temple, not in no organized, formal, you know, Robert Rules of Order type of situation. More so, you know, just doing. I would say this. I got it when I was young. I would say 16 in 1998. So my story is a little on par with Brother David as far as age. But a brother came to me, and I forget what I was doing. I believe we had a bookstore in Miami called Affluent Books and Things. And that was a major hub of knowledge here in Miami, where you would meet the who's who as far as consciousness in Miami. You know, anytime you walk into that store, you would feel the energy resonating, you know, because brothers are in there breaking down heavy science. You know, at any given time, you can walk in and you will hear brothers discussing, you know, Barashango or Amos Wilson or what have you, you know. And one particular day, I happened to meet a brother by the name of Brother Jamal Westmoreland Eel, who is a Moor, excuse me. And, you know, fast forward, he ended up being my master teacher. He ended up introducing me to the knowledge. That's where I met Brother Oliver, one of our other co-hosts. So it's been, I would say, 22 plus years, 98 to, you know, 2020. So you do the math, some odd months.
Yeah.
But 22 years strong in the movement. And I remember losing touch with the brother and going around and trying to find, you know, I used to call them the Fez people, you know, because they wore the funny hat. So when, like, you know, in my ignorance at the time, you know, I was, you know, a young young boy that didn't understand, the culture
Right.
as I do now. So
Losing touch
I
with
would say-
Oliver, right? Or were you talking about losing touch with Oliver or someone else?
Just in general, like the brother Westmoreland Hill.
Oh.
Our brother Jamal.
Okay.
So it's been a while at that time, and I lost touch with the brother.
Mm-hmm.
And there was another brother who actually knew of the brother, and by chance, this is how the universe works.
Mm-hmm.
By chance, he's like, "Yo, let me take you to one of these meetings." So, I was into the, reading at that time. I was into J.A. Rogers, Anthony Browder. So I was at more or less an introductory level,
Mm-hmm.
but I had a solid grasp of history. So I was getting more so in tune with melanated people being, in these slots as opposed to the whitewashed counterparts.
Mm.
So I was learning about ancient Egypt, iniquity, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Moving forward with the story, I met, one of my brothers invited me to a class. Unbeknownst to me, it would be to Brother Westmoreland Hill's class, which was the Morris class. And I was like, yo, this is the brother that was at the bookstore.
Mm-hmm.
And I was excited because a lot of what he was saying resonated with me. Specifically, what got me with the movement was the right to travel. That concept blew my mind, literally.
Mm-hmm.
In so much as, understanding licensing versus the right to travel versus driving, things of that nature when you break that whole bill down.
Right.
So it made perfect sense because it lined it up for me with the Constitution. So 22 plus years later, I've been studying, try to keep in contact with Westmoreland area. Yes, I have him on speed dial. I haven't, gotten the cord between me and the brother hasn't gotten too long.
Mm-hmm.
I follow the brother on different social media formats and places, but one of the things that struck me is the brother actually said, he learned from me, and that kind of humbled me. One day when he pulled me to the side and said, brother, there's a lot that I've taught you, but there's a lot that you've taught me.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's kind of strange to hear like a teacher figure or somebody that academia or an intellectual giant
Mm-hmm.
saying, hey, you know what? I've learned from you.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of humbled me in saying, you know what? I am, somebody.
Right.
I am somebody. Because before then,
Absolutely.
a little secret for me, the knowledge of more science seemed like a mountain, and it at times it still does seem like a mountain.
Absolutely.
Right. So looking at that mountain, you can kind of get it. You can kind of get this sense of intimidation. Like, man, how am I going to get all these briefs together, all of this stuff together to, declared,
All right.
and proclaimed and all of this stuff. And then the brother just broke it down real natural and say, listen, once you understand that it's a divine and national movement,
Mm-hmm.
once you get the divine part, the paperwork and all of that other stuff will fall into place.
Absolutely.
Right.
It will fall into place.
Right.
Work on being a divine being. That's the most important part of the movement.
Amen.
And it became less of a mountain and actually just like more like a 10-foot hill.
Mm-hmm.
You still got to put a little effort into it, but it's not as, diabolical, as looking at Mount Everest from, the lowest point.
Right.
So with that being said, I'm here today with a background in occult. My teachers and I have dedicated my consciousness, the consciousness that I have now, to the brother. If it wasn't for those tapes that I used to get off of, we called it Soul on 7th Avenue. Right? And the bookstore is actually used to be situated on 7th Avenue.
Right.
And we would get these VHS tapes back in the 90s. Remember the big VHS tapes?
Yeah. The bootleg tapes. Yeah.
The bootlegs, right.
Yeah.
So this is the early beginnings of, I would believe, the consciousness.
Yeah, that's
Brother
I think
Sinetta.
that name sounds familiar. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Sinetta.
Sinetta, right. This is like the early versions of Brother Sinetta with the foggy camera and you got it raw.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to Brother Sinetta.
Yeah.
And the House Consciousness and whoever's affiliated with that. So I would get these tapes of different people, but one person that stood out to me was this country guy. And he was kind of heavy set. We all know Bobby Hemmett, but just looking back in retrospect, this country guy that cussed.
Yeah.
But he was talking a lot of sense.
Amen.
He didn't sound like your normal New Yorker with that slang. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So what drew me to him was he sounded like an uncle, that was under a tree that had a little, a cup of Hennessy that was just educating, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like he wasn't this unreachable scholar.
I say.
And the things that he broke down and he spoke about resonated with me. So moving forward, I would say that's one of my biggest influences, if not the biggest influence outside of course, Gator, in this realm of consciousness. So like with Sister Faye, of course, you get led to see Freeman L. And there was another sister, I believe the name of the sister was Denise. And specifically, she had a tape where she broke down pro se versus prosecutor. And that kind of piqued my interest with the more signs, but it didn't resonate with me, but it made sense what she was saying. So with that sister's tape and then meeting Brother Westmoreland Ill, I started my journey. I proclaimed, I want to say the fall of 2001. So I've officially proclaimed, and oh my God.
Declare and proclaim.
Declare and proclaim. Jeez.
Yeah. We got
about 2001. So, with that being said, I yield to Brother Kevin, who's here with us today.
Indeed.
A distinguished guest. Brother Kevin, for the people that are listening and for our edification, would you please do us the honor of sharing with us your story into this consciousness?
Indeed. And by the way, before you begin, not to cut you off, Cliff, Kevin's been with us, I guess, 3-4 episodes now. So I think that would make him officially a squad member. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah. So welcome, Kevin. Do your thing, brother. Welcome, and always we glad to have you.
I think it was definitely this year when I first heard of the first Moors just as a nationality, and then the Moorish Science Temple. Prior to that, I'd heard the only reference I had to Moors was obviously the Arabian Moors that conquered Europe or whatever. So for me, I guess I was turned off by it initially, and especially when the flag and the nationality, I was like, why would they claim to be the people that, you know, that basically conquered Europe and all that? I never understood that whole thing and the whole Mexum, you know, Northwest Africa. And
You there, brother?
looking more into it, I tend to knowledge from, you know, Moors. So it's something that I'm at least open to looking into. And at least I want to say my friends who are going around saying African American, that I will put them on it to at least see if this is the route that they should go. Because the one thing I do respect, regardless of how I feel about things, is I do believe in nationality. Like, I think basically you got 40 million headless chicken in this country because they don't have a nationality. And
Indeed.
we gotta, and that's not me making fun of y'all, that's just the reality.
Right.
And that's just one of the things where I think that y'all stressing that, regardless of whether or not they say Moors or whatever it is that they need to say, they need to at least get in the process of getting something like that. Because there's no reason that y'all are indigenous to these lands and you're also debt slaves. Like, y'all not in the same boat as me where I'm clearly a foreigner. Like, there's no reason for y'all to be, you know, subservient to, you know, either the Vatican or whoever the hell owns these things. So for me,
Indeed.
it's just really about doing the research. Right now, what I'm doing is just taking notes. So I'll be more active the next Wednesday. I now see that we're going to focus more so on the studying and how to do the genealogy and all that stuff. So for me, now that I know it's not going to be freestyle like the whole Sunday episodes, I'll be able to contribute more. But for me, I'm still new to this. And I don't want to derail it or go into anything that would be a Sunday topic. So I'm just taking in notes. And then just figuring out. Because for me today, I remember I posted something on IG about someone who had talked about the difference between the Moors and the Israelites. And it was just a distinction, basically Moabites and Israelites. And so for me, I'm still new to this whole thing. So from looking at both sides, let me see what both are saying. And then, you know, get the gems from each. Because the thing I do notice is that even if I disagree with certain things, I like aspects of both. And I like the fact that, like I said, my favorite thing about y'all is y'all big on this nationality thing. Like, that to me is just, like I said, I just don't want so-called African Americans to die with that label, because that's not a nationality. There's no African American. So
Islam.
You know, yeah. So I'm gonna keep listening and all that, and then just keep taking in the knowledge. And I'll probably ask questions too, because, you know, there were certain things I heard Sunday that I want to ask later, but I want to hear from everybody first, more in depth before I get into that.
Well, brother, not to interrupt, you have the floor, brother. If you choose to ask the questions now, we'll be more than obliged to, you know, attempt to answer them.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. But for me, I feel like there's going to be more. Like, if I ask it, I feel like y'all going to drop more. So for me, I'll wait. And then for me, regardless, I'd rather even do more of the knowledge and the science that you guys drop on me before I even ask it. Because I feel like there are certain things where I could just find out if I just look into it or just listen to y'all, take the notes, and then just actually do the science on it. So
okay, brother. I'll ask once more. You can ask at least one question, brother. Since you brought it up, you know, we're kind of eager to.
Yeah, no problem. So for me, last week, I forget if it was Tariq or one of y'all.
Supreme.
What is it?
Tariq, Supreme.
Yeah.
You talking about for Sunday night they were with us?
Yeah, it was Sunday night, and I remember that question because I was thinking, like, when he said that you guys had colonies all over. And then I remember I had asked him, because I specifically asked about my people's country in Congo. And he was like, hey, I think he said that there was a Moorish colony there. And I'm like, and I'm thinking in my head, well, if that's the case, am I supposed to then, like, if I look into that, am I supposed to then declare, like, because I don't know if I already have a nationality because of the Congolese thing, or if I have to declare something like that, or if I'm just screwed just because I'm a first-gen foreigner anyway. So I'm not really in here. So that's why I never really like I'm just You know, for me, that's just really, I don't know how I would do with the paperwork on that.
Right. Well,
if I don't have a nationality.
Right. Well, kudos to you for, you know, being that far ahead right now and where you at with it. I'd say, since here's the thing about Moors, we are, you know, the western part of Africa, you know, the west coast is where mainly Moors, you know, used to reside. So I would think that they would be, you know, Moors as well, because the Congo is on the coast. It's not necessarily a country that's in central inland, is it?
It's central inland.
Yeah.
That it's always weird, because I remember when I looked into it, if you would ever look into Moors in the Congo, you're gonna find that there was some and I really got into y'all. Mm-hmm. There are some people just in there helping the Belgian or one of the conquering forces, right, you know, colonize the thing. And that's the image that they show.
Right.
Now, I wasn't there, so I don't know if that was doctor staged or any of that stuff, but that's the thing that I got from it. So I was immediately turned off initially by the Moors, just seeing that.
Right.
Because I remember Pharaoh, one of them, had talked about that, and I'm like, damn. But, you know, now looking into this thing, I have to understand that there are different types of Moors. Like the Moors of 7-Eleven Europe isn't the same thing that what you guys are talking about. So I have to see if, you know, I have to delineate those two.
Right.
Just figure out what I need to do.
Let me bring something to light. Let's look at let's take African American as a nationality, right? Mm-hmm. Just for the example. And within that nationality, you have different groups and subgroups of people that are beneficial and adverse to the name of African American.
Yep.
Right? Throughout history.
Yeah.
And beyond. And even the prophet even spoke of the concept of dirty Moors. Mm-hmm. When you keep things into perspective with that discernment, understanding that not everybody is going to be right, and not everybody's going to be benevolent in the aspect of you know, traditions of her and, you know, things of that nature. You have basically situation where for some people who come across different knowledge about the Moors at different times, time frames. Let's be frank, the Moors have done some you know, the atrocious things in the past.
Yeah.
You know, what nation has it?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the reason why when I had to sit back and look at the perspective, I couldn't really judge y'all too hard, because at the same time I'm looking at that, let's take the transatlantic slave trade as they teach it, even though it didn't happen that way. Mm-hmm. Okay. Congo Empire, where I'm from, is responsible for 40% of the Africa, Central America.
Right.
So how throw stone? Oh no! Now my people was directly involved in that, but you know, any y'all under a broad brush, and I have to take that same stone of, you know, okay, because I definitely know that I read that, you know, Angola took so many slaves from the Americas that they thought Angola was a Brazilian colony. Okay, technically that's my empire. So how am I going to throw stones at the Moors when, you know, I have that on my ledger or my people's ledger? So for me, it's just one of the things of just knowing that I've met a lot of y'all decent people like Will and all them that clearly seem like you guys wouldn't just be subscribing to a group of people that just wanted to just do world domination and just, you know, subjugate people. So if I subscribe to that, I have to assume that there's a bigger, higher thing going on than just, you know, what we typically think of Moors. And then, you know, that might be intentional, that's the portrayal of Moors to get people to not even look into it.
Right.
So for me, I'm open to looking into it and just, you know, not viewing anything as a coup, because, you know, like I said, when I first heard of Noble Drew Ali and just like, you know, meetings with Woodrow Wilson on it. That shit sounds crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, the funniest thing about this, the more and more I look into history that's being taught, that shit crazier. So you know what? Maybe let me go back and go look at this and that. As I listen to Bobby Hemming and like you guys said, Brother Panic, I've even gotten to Dr. Phil Valentine. That shit resonates with my soul.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting the things that, you know, transcend nature and all that stuff. So for me, if I can accept that, then, you know, I can at least look into this and, you know, figure out why certain people, Negroes that I think are smart, are getting into this Moorish thing. Like, why are they so adamant on it? And, you know, for me, that's why I want to be open to it. But
right.
I wasn't sure at first when I was looking into it if this only applied to, you know, the indigenous Americans. Let me just put it that way.
Right.
Right.
Even
Well,
I knew
brother,
that you guys are West Africa, I was like, man, I didn't know if it applied to the whole or if it was just solely the West Africa,
Right.
as you guys see.
I'm gonna let Cliff answer you first, then I'll go.
To touch on something that you mentioned earlier, you mentioned the Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably the only Israelite on the show.
I remember because I was weirded out when you said that Sunday, and I was like, "Oh, okay." I didn't know that an Israelite was even on this.
It's funny because when you do a comparative
mm-hmm.
in history and just your reading and your research, you'll find that, you know, a lot of times that there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of scholarship that needs to be done in terms of our people. What happens with melanated people in general? Because there's a lot of misconceptions. And when I say misconceptions, I stress that word. There's a lot of people that take things as a matter of fact, when in fact, you know, a lot of these things are just taken at face value and not looked at deeper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so when I say that I'm an Israelite, I mean that by faith. What happened, you know, with the Israelites also happened to the Moors.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah, figured, yeah,
you can look at our condition today, and what I'm saying is indicative to what is written not only in the Bible but in other books that was written prophetically in iniquity, and even with the prophet Noble Drew Ali, what he wrote about individuals being lost without nationality, getting back into nationality. Last Sunday, I mentioned a Bible verse about what was it? Psalm 83.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And I stressed the fact of nationality being right there in the scriptures.
Oh, the nations,
you know, let us cut them off for being a nation.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened to the Israelites also happened to the Moors.
One and the same people.
One and the same people.
Right.
You know, it's when let me say this though. It's when you have camps and other factions that want to twist, and for lack of better terms, they're basically Pharisees. The Pharisees that are written in the Bible.
Yeah,
and they're dogmatic, but yet when it comes down to practical application, they're not going to do it. They're going to profess it till they're blue in the face. But when you ask them, hey, do you have these concepts and principles within, you know, that's when, you know, you separate the boys from the men.
Mm-hmm.
Are you really living what you're professing? So a lot of these camps, and I'm not going to specify which camps, Israelite camps, that have these what's the word I'm looking for?
Factions
that are grounded in being, you know, professing the stuff and not actually living it.
Factions.
You know,
is it factions?
They'll take right.
Mm-hmm.
What I can is there's a lot of One West camps, and One West is a concept that comes from a brother by the name of Whitworth, Arthur Whitworth. And he created, I'll do that build on Sunday specifically. So for the people that are listening, I don't want to, drown out the brother with, how these camps got started and where they fractioned off and what beliefs went with this and that. I'll give a brief overview on Sunday if you would like. Remind me. I will prepare it during the week and then I'll bring it forth to you. But the thing is, there's a lot of camps that splintered off for different ideological beliefs, and they're not all together like you would think. So you would see the brothers with their armlets and the fringes and all of that stuff, and they're on the corner and they're doing what they believe to be is right. And I'm not here to judge that. I'm not here to condemn those brothers or anything like that. But there's a lot of them that I've come across that profess a lot of different stuff, but they're not living it. They're not living it. They don't understand the concept of compassion.
Absolutely.
You understand?
Yeah.
So, with that being said, brother, I study under no tents personally. I read my books. I have like-minded brothers who I build with. But as far as getting involved with a camp and, no. Those things now, brother, in my opinion, and I'm speaking for myself, so forgive my co-hosts. These opinions are mine and mine alone. Personally, those camps to me, majority of those camps to me are government fronts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So again, these opinions are mine and mine alone. They do not reflect the show or my co-hosts or the guests. And I'm just putting it out there as a disclaimer. These are my opinions and my opinions alone. So, brother, I'm going to yield back to you. I think the best person to answer that question in its totality would be Brother Oliver. Indeed. I know the sister answered portions of it for you to give you some clarity. I really think Oliver can tie everything together for you neatly and in the bow.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oliver, I believe, is our. We all have the three of us as the co-hosts. We all have our hello. We all have our specialties that we are experts, if you will, in our areas. O would be the military, strategic, political guy. Cliff, like he said, is the occultist of the group. Faye, my sister Faye, as one of the empresses, besides Dawn and myself, I would say she's our elder empress who can teach us just about life, astrology, even just, things like that. And then myself, I see from the perspective since I'm a filmmaker and a writer, I can explain to people the signs of what you're seeing when you watch certain things on TV or you go to the movie theaters and stuff like that, as well as, just social, the nucleus of just social structure, in outside world or whatever. I'm gonna just take a little quick stab to answer your question, Kevin, because it's very much needed, and I definitely do feel you and understand why you said that you're not sure about certain things based on where your family, it originates from and what you've seen maybe growing up as a young man. What I noticed one day, the same exact, type of question you had yourself. What I noticed is studying things like history. That's another go-to that I'm very good at. When it comes to history, I had found out for myself that when it comes to people saying that they under colonial rule of empires, like say the United Kingdom, the Windsor family, things like that. What I found out is in order to rule a people and fighting an enemy, sometimes what they would do is they'll put on uniforms that look like your shit, right? I'm not gonna say shit, but uniforms that represent you and your camp to throw you off and kind of injure you in a sense to the rest of the world, you know, looking on the outside looking in. So like this picture that I pulled up, for instance, you see them with the fezzes on, correct?
Yeah.
This is the Congo, I believe I pulled up. See, this is a military tactic of what they've done. They're against the Moors, which are, you know, us, our ancestors. So to make it seem like Moors are just horrendous people, what they will do is just put on your uniforms onto the people that are on their side, Christians. These people right here, these aren't real Moors, as you can see. These would be Christians, just like these people are Christians over here, Queen Elizabeth, you know. But it's a strategic move that they're doing. So for someone like you who grows up and you're confused, when you try to go back and gain knowledge of self, not just knowledge of self, but knowledge of exactly trying to figure out just what the hell is going on in this world and who's trying to run it and what's happening, is very confusing, you know. And that's the basis, that's the whole idea, that's the whole point of it all, is to throw me and you off, the younger generations, because what they are trying to achieve is for the youthful generations to come, is when it comes time for them to grow up and they start to understand the world and your brain develops at full 100%. When you go to look back and try to figure out the puzzle and put the pieces together for yourself, they leave things like this to trip you up in the middle of your journey of trying to unlearn what we call, as Moors, we call it unlearning history to relearning history. So they leave these type of little games right here for you to run, because they'll know that's something that you're going to run into. And if you see this, you're not going to know what the context and the basis of this implicates right here. You see, you feel me? So this is the type of things that you have to be careful of, but you also have to remember in your own mentality that, warfare is played more than one way, right? So with this, like I said, they got the fezzes on, they got the red vest, but most importantly, what catches your eye is the fezzes. That's by design. That's no coincidence. They do this to throw us off and to make us as Moors look like we are just straight up villainous type of people. And it's not. This is just modern warfare. As Supreme would say, it's basically quiet wars with silent weapons. Or some way he had put it for me one day. I forget the name, the way he said it, the saying. But this is basically just that, a demonstration. And it's to throw us off, the youthful generations that are born later that come in. And so you grow up, when you become an adult, after you graduate high school, you start thinking of what you're going to do for your life and for yourself. If college is something you may think that's not for you, you likely, going to do something else. If you don't want to work at McDonald's or anything straight away, you go to the military, right? And in the military, this is the type of things that they have new soldiers doing. When you first join the military, you don't even know what the hell is happening and going on, but they're stationing you abroad, going to different places. And so you're seeing the world through more enhanced new glasses, because you're used to the way things are done at home, back in your homeland. And then, but when you put on that military uniform and you go out, you're pushed out into the world, on the world stage, on that type of scale, you're being taught something totally different than if you were just a simple civilian. You feel me? So these are the type of things that they do. If you play video games, Call of Duty, or you just watch anything that Hollywood makes, you know, as movies and TV shows here, all it is just bullshit, and it's a lie, and it's to play mind games with your mentality, to have you no longer trusting yourself and your people. The point of it all is to confuse you to the point where you don't trust nobody, not even your own family anymore, let alone yourself. So when we see things going on like this, that's what it's for, because the point of it all is to the war that we are fighting is 1,000-year type of war. It's not the war that we're fighting. This is not a war that comes out just out of nowhere. When you start hearing people talking about wars and they call them World War 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, these are things that are happening for 1,000 years, thousands of years, for a reason. And it just boils down to the same exact result. It's all about the Christians and the Muslims.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
So
oh, go ahead.
I would like to just interject for a few minutes, Kevin. I had the same issue when I first came into the knowledge that you're having. And what helped me really get to understand nationality is that more is our pedigree. Okay? More is our pedigree, meaning that you go on this planet and you see dark-skinned people, that is your kinfolks.
Right.
Yeah.
We all came from the same mother, and that's what distinguished us from other nations.
Absolutely. Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Regardless of what continent, we have straight hair. Some continents we have curly hair. Some continents we have wavy hair. It has all to do with the environment. And going back to the right to travel, we left our home at one point and we spread out to all these different land masses, which at one time it was just one.
Yeah,
but because of the environment and the food that we ate, we acclimated certain features. But at the end of the day, more is our pedigree. Some of us are unconscious, okay? And some of us have a self-awareness that we are all one people. And what the European has mastered is they have mastered studying us.
I know.
We know
exactly.
We know us. Yeah,
right,
I know.
Kicked us against each other.
Yeah, it's the one. Now, the thing you said is so true, because I know when I did my studies on this, and I'm gonna kick it back to even what Willa said. I just realized that, you know, we call them dumb beasts and all that, some of us, and I'm just like, man, the one thing though they have good going on their side is that, boy, can they study people. Because how they were able to just figure us out that quick, like given the short amount of time since they've really been here in comparison to us, I'm like, damn, they got us. Because even when I'm looking at this image right here, that what Willa said is true, because what's so funny about Congo is that, okay, let's say the Moors did that. Those are actual Moors. They left no Muslim imprint on Africa. They just continued to perpetuate the Christian theocracy.
All right. They erased it.
So they didn't introduce no more Islam stuff, none of that. There's no footprint of that there. And that's weird if they would join in and, you know, do that. But, you know, for everything that I know, it was just Christians that were doing all this. But, you know, you'll see the Fez, and she's right. That's all I saw was the Fez. I didn't look into, you know, what they did. But everything that I've studied about the colonization of the Congo, it's only Catholics or Christians or Protestants that's doing the damage. It's never saying anything about Muslim. Like, I never heard once Muslim or more or something like that. I only see it when, you know, certain people that I think are agents, are putting it out there.
Right.
And the go-to is the Fez. And mind you, that's a big go-to. So I'm not going to say and act like, that's not, I'm dumb for even thinking that, okay, those are Moors. But I didn't do the science past that. And the thing about that I've noticed about a lot of wars is it's psychological more than it is actual physical.
Exactly.
It really is.
Exactly.
And so it's one of the things where I got to go back now. And now, Willie, like, you got me really thinking about, I got to go back and look at more work. Because you're right. I only will look at certain things. And it's funny because I'm the guy that looked into World War II and found out that Hitler had black Nazis and stuff like that.
Exactly.
But, I never seen that before. But, I've filed for that, white supremacy thing. And even though Jesse Owens and them said that Hitler never snubbed them. So, I'll look into this and all that. And I'll just make sure y'all get back on the nationality thing. But I'm definitely going to look into this because I feel like I've just been played looking at this stuff right now. Like, just thinking about what you said.
We all have, brother. So, like, my message is to you. Don't feel bad about that because they got, like you said, they got us. And they knew where to give us, as the old folks say, they got our bread buttered real good with us. And the reason for that, some of y'all people may wonder is, well, how is it that these folks, they managed to get the upper hand on us? Well, just think about it. When we were in rule and we were the kings and the queens and we were the royal families, we had our own houses, across Europe, as well as here in the Americas, as well as Northern Africa, where a lot of other Moors, all over the world, this is the grand big secret that they're trying to keep from us. They don't want us to know that we were everywhere, not just Africa. We were in the Middle East and in Asia, everywhere, The thing that I need you to know is that don't feel bad about that. You got to learn sometime and start. Everybody got a place to start. And so when you think about going back to this picture, the reason I brought it up is to make the point of these are all Christians. This is the thing that you have to remember. So when you see a picture like this and you see Queen Elizabeth, is doing what they call the demonstration or assembly or whatever, and she's walking the line, viewing the armies that fight in her name, because she's the head commander of every military faction that the United Kingdom has. So this is the same thing, that Hitler or any other military general, they all do this. But my point about this picture in particular is that these aren't Muslims just because they got fezzes on. These are Christians who have vowed to do the work of fighting in her name. You feel me? So as a part of a military thing, we did the same thing when we went to Vietnam, Korea, Germany, everywhere. You put on the clothes of your enemy. When you go into how do you go into enemy territory to succeed your mission, at injuring your opponent? Well, you put on the clothes that they wear and you sneak in without anybody noticing. So it's easy, for them to defeat enemies that you have or we may have. And that's exactly what this is. This is just military strategic planning. They have the same look as Moors due to their dark skin, as you can see. However, they don't have beards. Now, why is that so important? Well, those of us that study Moor science, we know that Moors having a beard is a symbol status. Well, it used to be in the times of iniquity. This clean shaven face, that would have been something that would have been a telltale sign way back in the day that you're not exactly Muslim, or something like that. But not that it really matters anything. I'm just,
It matters, sis.
No, it matters. It matters because you're right about that.
Yeah, it's just a thing of detail.
I've noticed that even when I look at Moorish pictures, thing there, it's usually the long beards and all that stuff in the mains and all that. So yeah, like I said, and for me, that's even bad. Like the reason why I say I'm kicking myself is just because I know that we've pulled tricks on like Vietnam, Korea, and all that, and I never thought it was only with my own people that I never thought to put it together. Like, okay, they would use that with the Moors too.
Right.
Like I was just so adamant, okay, Moor is terrible. Boom.
But one thing you can notice that they did not use the American Moor to fight any of their conquests in Africa, because the American Moor, when we see you and you're dark, even though we call ourselves black, and we're going to refer to you as black, regardless of what country you come from, but regardless if you do have a nationality, you family to us.
Right.
But just simply because you look like us. Everybody doesn't have that concept like that.
You so right on that just because of Liberia.
Yeah.
Because of Liberia, when I looked into Liberia, when they sent the American Moors there, or however you want to say indigenous Americans there, they went there and immediately they tried to stop the domestic slave trade there.
Exactly.
They got pushback from the so-called indigenous Liberians because it's like, okay, we've always done this, but the thing I try to tell people is you got to understand, just living here in America, Negroes here can't stand seeing another Negro being mistreated. I know they love to show Chicago and all that shit, but I'm like, just fundamentally, they view every so-called, original person as family.
That's right.
And so for them to see the African slave trade, because a lot of people don't know that Africans were having domestic slave trades even before, other groups are coming in. They were enslaving their own.
Absolutely.
And when the Americans went into Liberia, they started shutting that down, and they were getting pushed back, and some of them were getting killed because they were trying to, you just came from slavery. Why would you want to, see a slave trade?
Right.
And so that point that you said on how they could have never used the American Moor, of course they couldn't, because everywhere that the American Moor went to in world wars, if you look at, the Miracle of St. Anna or something like that, the people that they saw the American Moors, they said that those were the best people. And I'm talking about pale skin said that. Pale skin Italians and all of them were saying, even some of the Jews said that the American Moors, I'm using it for the term that you guys use, treated them the best, and they treated them humanely. So, that's just y'all's nature.
Right.
So exactly, it is our nature. We have a strong connection with the heart chakra, so because we are God's representative of love on this planet. We really are.
Absolutely.
One of the things I want to also throw in there for reference, brother, are you familiar with the Maroons?
Yeah, Jamaica and all of them, yeah.
Right. The Maroons also, the Maroon Empire also stretched throughout Florida and the majority of the South.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that it stretched that far. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the Maroons, they sought refuge with the Native American, particularly the Blackfoot, the Cherokee, the Seminole. You know what I'm saying? I know from the Florida Republic, by which I'm from.
Yeah, I'm from there too.
I know those tribes specifically.
Are you down in Miami
I know
too?
in Georgia, there's a lot of Blackfooting, I believe Creek, if I'm not mistaken. But I know those tribes specifically, they intermingled with the Maroons. So you put things into perspective. And also going back into iniquity concerning the beard, the long beard. You can see it there in the Bible. I forget which. I'm not gonna quote it, but
Tell them not to say
the Nazarene rites. One of the things of the Nazarene rites is, I have not shaven. The thing that you have to go back and understand the culture. So let's say for example the Oriental cultures, specifically Japanese, when you put two incense stick standing up. That's a sign, a reference of death.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so chopsticks, incense, any 2 sticks you see put up, like standing up, that's a reference to death or death in the family.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that beard is a very, very, very
It is
prominent feature in our culture. So to go back and look at that picture and not see those brothers bearded,
yeah.
Like the sister said, is a telltale sign.
Nah, you're right, and especially when you said that Nazarene line, because for me, I have a beard, and you know, for some people, it makes me stand out a bit and makes me look a little bit different, especially because the common perception of, you know, most typical so-called Black Africans is we can't grow beards and all that stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
I've never had that problem.
Yeah.
I remember even once when I first came to, so I'm from Miami, Florida. I remember
Oh
when
wait,
a
you
woman did my
down,
hair for this.
Kevin? You down there with Cliff and O is it?
Yeah, I was laughing when
that
they said
should help.
that, but yeah, I'm from there.
Yeah.
I remember going up and they were saying my hair don't look African and all that. And I'm like, what? Because I'm thinking, like, I just learned in school that every Black person's African or whatever, even though I looked at that crayon and thought I was brown.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was just one of those things where for me, I knew that, okay, the minute I grow a beard, since I heard that Africans can't do it, I want to be like these Americans. Because for me, the people that always used to inspire me was Michael Jackson, Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor. Like, I would always want to study them, and I always wanted to be like the so-called hood kids, you know, in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be like that, like, you know, growing up in Opalaka and all that stuff. I wanted to be like them. So for me, like, the minute I was like, okay, they say that only, you know, African Americans could grow a beard, I'm gonna grow mine. And, you know, it wasn't even about the Nazarene thing until I looked into it, and I'm like, oh, okay, these people are kind of special because they can do that. And I know most Black Africans can't. So when I'm looking at this thing right now, I should have picked up on that because you're right. That's a big thing that they can't. It doesn't even look like many of them could grow a beard. It's what's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, back at the old Moorish, I look at old Moorish pictures and I see them with the long beards.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
Different tribes. We are Judah, so we've been set aside.
Right.
You know.
See, that's the weird thing is that when on the post I did today, and mind you, I'm not trying to call it a video, but the thing is, I want people exposed to these type of things because I want us to start questioning and trying to actually learn what happened.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to say like you guys were the Moabites, like y'all are descended from Lot.
Okay, let me clarify that.
Yeah,
You got to look at time frame.
Yeah.
And periods. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You got to look at what happened and, you know, okay, concerning Moab, they was trying to say that more or less, I've come across this rhetoric where we claim some incestuous past or something of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is asinine.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. Before Lot was even in the picture, wasn't Abraham in the picture?
Yeah, and not only that,
Was
they
it
said
the covenant?
Rachel and King David come from like have Moabite ties. So I'm like, how are they not the same thing? Like yeah, you're right. Abraham was in the picture too.
Oh wait.
Come on.
Yeah.
So
Like,
you gonna bite your nose to spite your face?
All right. I like Bobby Hemmings saying mythology makes grotesque history.
To prove a point. But yet when you study history and you look at the people that's in the Bible that they revere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the genealogy. The genealogy says it all. Not everybody's gonna come from this perfect line. Even Christ himself,
He's
in the Bible.
Yeah.
Come on now.
He's more about.
I've seen things where people even said he was him. I was like, wait, what? Because I was always thinking, okay, he had to be from Shem, he had to be from the tribe of Judah. And it was like, no, when you look at it, it's like mixed. But, because they go, King David and all that. I'm like, well, King David, I've even seen he has a Moabite. We try to go and make everything all this one cookie cutter thing. And I'm like, man, we end up creating a whole we end up doing the divisions for the pale skins ourselves.
Exactly.
It might not even have intended. Just trying to be the most special.
Let me ask you a question. David was referred to as ruddy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is ruddy?
It means red, but we know reddish brown, kind of like mulatto y'all. It's reddish brown.
Like,
So
yeah,
you would say a red bone.
right.
Yeah.
Yellow
So
bone, red bone.
are not red bones so-called, brothers and sisters?
Yeah.
When you see a red bone sister, do you get her as European or Albion?
No.
A mulatto,
And
maybe.
it's one of us, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm
Yes,
gonna go
right.
take it a step further. Even the genetic variation with the albino. Are you gonna look at albino as one of us or something different?
One of us.
One of us.
Yep.
Because here it is. They have a genetic variation in which they're melanin deficient. However, they still have the phenotype of the so-called Negro.
Yeah. The Negro features.
You understand? They're just melanin deficient.
Yeah.
So when, shout out to J.A. Rogers. There's a 3-volume book called Sex and Race. This book has clarified a lot of misconceptions that I've had. And I refer to a lot of people to that book for the simple cause of this. In that book, I believe it's in volume 2. I could be stand corrected, but in one of those volumes, he said there was no one genetic phenotype for the Negro.
There is not.
So what does that mean? That means that the so-called Negro is the dominant.
Yeah.
And can have every recessive trait and still be a so-called Negro.
Yeah.
That's right.
So you can have a brother that can be blue-black in terms of melanin on the skin. Like, for example, look at the brothers on the picture that I have up.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, yeah, they're called blue black, and I remember that from being in the South. But we call them black, I guess, today. But, yeah. Right, and you can go to this is more so indicative in let's go back to Australia, the Aborigine in Australia.
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
They can have that same pigmentation, that same dark. It comes off like they're purple, damn near. The sun hits that melanin and it glistens like it's purple. And those same individuals do pigmentation in their eyes.
Yeah.
How many brothers and sisters you've come across kinky hair, right? But have like green eyes. Eric Sermon, for example. Sermon. Are you going to call Eric Sermon
No.
Nope.
No.
But he has green eyes. Also himself the Green Eye Bandit.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so that shows you that there is no one phenotype for a so-called Negro.
Yeah.
For more. I'm quoting J.A. Rogers, but at the time with scholarship, everything, he couldn't say more. So at the time, the colloquialism, for them to actually get books published and passed, they had to use certain types of language.
Exactly.
You understand? So to get publishing and so on and so forth, to keep the masses at a certain level of scholarship. They hide a lot of stuff with the terminology that they use. So, like, for example, Swarthy. When you look up the word Swarthy, it denotes back to us. But if we don't, back with that, excuse my language, that shit that they say when, you want to keep it from a so-called black man, put it in a book.
Exactly.
Right. But see, the thing is, people, especially in this time, they don't read for edification. They don't cross-reference words and understand the implied, what the author is trying to imply. So when the author uses words like You know what I'm saying? There's something that they're trying to imply without them saying it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I digress. I mean, I've gone off, but just, keep that in mind. That book that I referenced for the listeners is J.A. Rogers, Sex and Race. It's 3 volumes. Read it. It's a very, very powerful volume of books. It's a reference book. You can't just read that one time through. You have to go back and continue to reread it, and you'll understand when you have a firm understanding of not only just history, but also how climate also can affect melanated people.
Exactly. The food as well.
Yes. So, you can have a melanated person that lives in certain climates, and they're going to adapt and acclimate to those climates.
That's right.
Yeah.
You understand? They're gonna change throughout time.
Give us the name of that book again, my brother.
It is called J.A. Rogers, Sex and Race.
Okay, got you.
And we're just different tribes and going back to the right to travel. We started off in one place and over millions of years traveled across the world and settled. But we're the same people. Still the same. We're still the same people. However, we speak different languages. We have different cultures. We have different religions. But at the end of the day, we have the same pedigree.
Mm-hmm.
Top left. I'm sorry, Sister Faye. I was trying to show her.
Oh, you're fine.
Top left. The picture on the top left.
Okay. Greeting. Thank you, Cliff. Greetings.
Those are the volumes.
All right.
1, 2, and 3.
Yes. Right here. Let's see.
And also, just a small thing. Don't give out your books, people. They find a way not to make it
the hard way.
Yeah. I bought that volume, that 3 volume for a lot of money back in the day, and I've yet to receive it back.
I learned that the hard way.
Yeah, we gotta cherish your books, people. Treat them in the same way you would treat this gold or silver. Way folks are doing these days. That's another lesson topic we're gonna get into. Hopefully, not this tonight. Tonight is gonna be based on the nationality part, as requested and needed. And Sister Dawn reminded me on that. So we're gonna get into that tonight. But next week
I have a small announcement to make. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, just incoming news, says he and his family tested positive for coronavirus. Y'all make with that as y'all will.
We know.
I know that's a Sunday topic. I know. Don't crucify me. I just had to put it out there.
Sunday topic.
Yeah, that's the Sunday topic. Sunday night.
We can get back to that nationality.
Then as though we know he dead anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think she heard you. Say it again, Faye.
Oh, I was just speaking, Don. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Yes,
Sister Dawn. Sister Dawn, we were going through. I know I'm over speaking you, Sister Willa. I apologize.
Oh, you good.
But Sister Dawn, we were going through everybody that was here with us, and we wanted to just do an introduction of how you came into the knowledge overall, and specifically the knowledge with more science.
Mm-hmm.
If you may, take as much time as you need. We would love to hear your story, sis, of how you came into just the knowledge in general, being conscious, and also how did you come across or have your introduction into more science.
Since we're making it a nationality night, we figured we'd do this real quick. Yeah. So go ahead, my sister.
Well, that's gonna be real quick because that's why I'm specifically requesting that we hear because that's not my strong point.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on 1 second, brother. Mute your mic.
Turn your mic down.
Brother, oh.
Every time y'all say that, remember, I'm not controlling the mic.
Turn it down.
Oh, in the house.
At least that lets us know when you in the house finally.
Brother, oh, turn down your mic a little bit, bro.
Can you turn it down for us a little bit, bro?
Okay, turn it down. I ain't got no controls over here. Let me see something.
Like you did the last time. Just hit the volume
Yeah, you
button.
do. Don't do that.
There you go.
You know,
You good
over
now?
there
You
all
good?
technological. I'm about to start calling them Tony Stark. He got all the gadgets over there.
Yeah.
That was a crowd applauding him coming in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's you making your grand debut for us, and so we know you're in the building.
Give us a test,
Yeah.
brother. Check 1, 2.
All right, mic check, mic check.
There we go.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
All right, brother. We're gonna ask that you give Sister Dawn a moment to just give her backstory of how she became conscious and how she also got involved or been privy to more science in her her travels.
Continue.
Yeah.
I was saying that part of it real quick. I am coming, everybody knows I'm a big Bobby Hemmett fan.
Mm-hmm.
So, just listening to Bobby Hemmett started my interest in Moorish science and Moorish history. But I've been more so in the esoteric world, dealing with all kind of stuff.
Hey.
But not knowing that was African science, that when I'm in these European circles, I didn't know the history behind it.
Right.
I was just learning technique and, about different modalities and different tools and things like that. So once I started listening to Bobby, that's when, he started putting things in perspective for me. So that's why I was saying, when I came into contact with Willa, which is like, it's been a kind of a really interesting experience starting this Instagram page that's like featuring a lot of Bobby's work, because I'm coming into contact with a lot of people that know, they know more than me with sharing information. Mm-hmm. And so when I came in contact with Willa and she invited me to the call, I've been on with you guys for a few weeks now. And so I requested that we start focusing more on nationality, the history, and, what's some steps for us to actually take in terms of declaring nationality, the importance of it, the benefits of it, and that sort of thing. So that Moorish history is not my strong point. So that's why I'm connecting with you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Sister, again, thank you for sharing your experiences with us, and also for being here with us. Once again, you could have been any place. You could have been grocery shopping. You could have been with family.
Yep.
You could have been doing anything, but you chose to spend this time with us. And with that, for our viewership, for all of you distinguished guests here, for you new members that are joined, and also my co-hosts, thank you for being here with us, for breaking bread. And so with that being said, I'm going to ask Brother O, the patriarch, the main man,
our leader.
How did you get involved with Moorish science in your younger days? And also, how did you come into consciousness? Big bro, I know you're going to throw in Afro books and things.
Well, I could easily throw that in, but that's not where I started off at. As far as consciousness go, consciousness is really, it's self-awareness. Being aware of yourself, around your surroundings, be aware of knowledge of self. And I have been around mostly like every facet you could think of. I did the thing with the Pan-Africanism, if you want to refer to it as that, to the Black Power, Garveyite, RBG movement, because me born in 68, came up in the 70s. The people who I looked up to were Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale, Eldridge Cleaver, Fred Hampton, you name it, Bunchy Carter, you name it, Geronimo Pratt, those guys, X-Clan, Zulu Nation, when they were in reference to hip hop on that tip. I was mostly like all that. I carried that right along within in the 90s. And then, I came across learning a few brothers who was in the Nation of Islam and started listening to Farrakhan. I mean, I was like a devout student of that, while at the same time also taking lessons from growing up from some people I know that was part of Yahweh Ben Yahweh's movement. That was heavy down here in the 80s. If you're not from Miami, that's what it was about, because Yahweh Ben Yahweh, basically, he cleaned the streets up here.
Yep.
Liberty City and stuff like that. No different. And my friends that's associates that's on the south side of Chicago could probably relate. It's almost synonymous to that of the Black Peace Stones, El Rukins, so to speak.
All right.
But I learned mostly from both of those, and I was really this close to going ahead to basically being a member of the Nation of Islam, because Malcolm is who I basically gravitated toward to, as well as Marcus Garvey.
Right.
It wasn't until 2002, where I was previously employed at a well-known home improvement company, which they base colors as orange, Cleveland brown colors, at Home Depot where I was, and I ran across a brother named Philip Roundtree Bay. And he was chopping it up, the Constitution and about rights and stuff like that, which I basically learned. That's why I learned how to, when I signed my autograph, I always put the year and then capital letters in manuscript, all rights reserved. So we started going ahead, learning more about this, about law, about everything like that, the Constitution, and so on and so forth. Now, I think like that was late 90s, early 2000s, and that 2002, but actually 2003, 2004, that's where I met Odell, and I met Brown Cliff around 2003 to 2005. And we linked up again at Afro Books and Things. It was a bookstore, well-known bookstore. It was one-stop shop place there, right in the hood there. I mean, all the books in the world you can get there, but that was the meeting place for us to build. And when I started learning more about who the Moors were, Moorish science, because I always deep down always believed that, at the time, I was still in my black stage like that we always ruled the planet at one time and stuff. Always, and that's during my NOI day, the time with the when I knew about, we in reference as the Asiatic black, and little lessons from the 5%ers too. I peeped their little thing too. So, I kind of got a little facets from everywhere. But when I got into this divine and national movement, it was a sense of calm on that. And I said, and I said like, okay, this is where it's at. My spirit just felt like this is where it's at, right here. That's when I met into Cliff, met into Odell, met into Brother Jay, Grand Sheik.
We don't call him Brother Jay. Give the brother his proper respect.
Grand Sheik. I'll put it that way.
So you're not gonna say the brother's name?
Oh, Jamal Westmoreland Ill. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just like, recalling, putting the steps and stuff like that. So for me, in 2005, that's when I had declared my nationality. Declared my nationality, and I've been part of the movement like ever since. Part of me probably kind of steered off because I kind of almost got too caught up in the black and white seed type thing and all that. Mm-hmm. Because in that process I was still studying as I am right now. But I always had that sense of self-awareness and consciousness and stuff. Mm-hmm. But then when I got into this, it just was so simple and it made sense. Like why we should not call ourselves black, because I use it to this day. I mean, we get up in the morning, we look in the mirror, whether we want to brush our teeth, wash our face, or put on makeup, or comb our hair, comb our beard, whatever. And we call ourselves black, but we look at our complexion, we see we various shades of brown. Right. It's just like if you pull out a handful of pennies, not all those pennies gonna be the same shade of copper. Oh. You're gonna have some that's darker than the other one, some light, some in between, mm-hmm. or some 1/5 of it. So it does make sense. And then when you look at it lawfully, when it comes to civics, when it comes to jurisprudence, and I'm gonna quote like what Isaiah Thomas, NBA Hall of Famer, said recently. There is no black and there is no white. Those are like in law legal status. It ain't got nothing to do with complexion. Right. And on top of that, if you want to go back on a common sense thing, black and white is not even part of the color spectrum. It's not even part of the color spectrum.
Should I drop a bomb?
Please.
Continue.
You gotta get a bomb. I'm sorry.
I know, right?
Get a bomb.
You gotta get the.
We got to.
So, like when I declared, I picked the title Ali because at that time, like I said, it just sounded so cool, though. But then, as I got further in my studies, I said, "Wait a minute, let me go and rephrase that." Because I'm more like I mostly got that personality of an enforcer. And, and I'm really like getting into the fundamentals of law, like divine law, natural law, common law, mm-hmm. constitutional law, particularly constitutional law. And, knowing the legal lease and stuff like that. So I say, let me just go with Bay, because Bay is the landlords, lord of the lands. Law enforcers, so because like Ali, that's a title that's supposed to be earned, and there was only one Ali, but actually two, Prophet Noble Drew Ali and Muhammad Ali.
There you go.
So like when it comes down to that, because like the other two, like Il Bay, Day, and Al Day, I was talking to Kush Day the other day, but I did that another time. But, and as you can see, this ain't membership like tried and see. This is life. And I'm gonna tell you something. Since I've got in this, I reclaimed my national and my status and all that, I really don't have no issues I have in Albion Hybrid European, aka the so-called white man. I did back in the day. When I was even with the guy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. you know, and look at, and on top of this, you even have, Willa just put it up. We even have our own nationality, national ID card right there. You know,
Yeah.
See, RV Bay Publications, or
Shout out to RV Bay,
or the consulate, which I kind of, well, I don't know if brother Sharif Nine Feathers was gonna be on here tonight. I don't know if he's here.
Yeah.
Okay. On that note, brother, I thank you for sharing your journey and your experiences with us. You didn't have to. Again, brother, you could have been any place, but you chose to spend and invest your time with us tonight. And with that, we thank you.
Indeed. Indeed.
Brother Oliver.
Indeed.
We have Brother Soapbox Jones in the house. Shout out to Brother Soapbox Jones.
Soapbox.
And we also have Brother Supreme.
Oh, Supreme here.
Yeah.
Yes, one of our generals.
Okay.
Welcome.
Brother Soapbox.
Evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's your time, brother. How did you get into consciousness overall? And also, wait, let me finish. And also, how did you come in contact with more science?
Okay. I've always been aware of just how the difference of being, you know.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I forgot to do one thing before I left. Also, I want to give honors to the prophet, the revelator, the beyonder, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, for basically making this happen.
Indeed.
Oh, for sure.
Indeed.
So
for sure.
Yeah, I forgot to. I left. Apologize for leaving that out. Sorry about that, Soapbox Jones. So I just got to pay honors to the man that paved the way for us.
Indeed.
Indeed, no problem. Yeah, I'm aware of something because I was my mother had schizophrenia, and one night she needed me to remind her to take her medicine, and I was real young. I was probably like 5-6 years old. So woke me up to being responsible in a sense, because she ended up going to the hospital, and for like a couple months I was just taking care of my younger brother and sister, which eventually led us getting into the foster care system. So being in that environment at that time, which was around about pretty much the 80s up until 96, when I basically joined the Navy. But I had started to hear things about consciousness and with William Cooper's book, Behold the Pale Horse, because I was in the military at the time, and the stuff that was in the book, I'm like, but I'm in the military. So it woke me up to actually my place within the system that I was in, and how I contributed to it and all that. Like I begin to analyze exactly how the military runs, how the budget is used, because you have to learn this stuff. Just like qualifications, just being a good sailor or whatever. So it makes you real analytical. So I'm reading this book and it's talking about all this stuff that the government's supposedly doing. So I'm trying to figure out, how is this possible? But you see how it's possible when you're actually participating in it.
Right.
Like when you run in a budget, you see how you know you don't need like 700 pairs of boots, especially cheaply made boots, right? At a particular price, like this inflated price.
Right.
So I've always been aware of like just like fraud. Yeah, even at a very young age, because the way I ended up into the system was fraudulent. It's vindictive. Basically, my dad was mad at my mom, so he did that to her. He had them take us away from her, and basically took his aggression out on me and my siblings because of their situation or whatever. And that which progressed, made us progress in more deeper into the system. Mm-hmm. So fast forward back up to military, 2006, 2007, I began to hear about Bloods and Earths. And YouTube had a lot of people who were talking about, basically random conscious topics, metaphysical stuff and things like that. And I was looking for people who basically had a vocabulary that I could relate to, because I knew things, but I didn't have a vocabulary to express exactly the concepts and understandings and all that comes with being conscious. I didn't have, the stuff the dry stuff you get that's out there circulating is watered down. Long story short, through the Bloods and Earths, I came into contact with the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the Revelator. Mm-hmm. And when I heard his story, it was very intriguing about him leaving here, going overseas to be initiated, and then when he came back and presented what he presented, like it sends you off into, well, he did that, and that's possible. What is it that it sends you more into government and understanding, again, more of how everything works in life and all of that, like the whole 360 degrees, like the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Like your path, your purpose, all of that I found is in the Moorish teachings. Like Brother O just said, it was simple, and coming up to getting to Moorish science. I was listening to Bobby Hemmett, and he also assisted me with more of the spiritual language and basically helping me to understand more of the Moorish science. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I really, really appreciate you taking the time to spend with us tonight.
Indeed. Thank you for sharing.
And also for sharing your journey. I'm sorry, sister, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you and telling them thank you for sharing. That's all. My bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, you good, sister. Yeah, thank you for sharing, brother. And we know that you could just spend your evening or your night doing anything else, man, invested in your studies or whatever, what have you. But you chose to spend some time with us. Iron sharpens iron, brother. And we look at you as an asset, brother, here on our show. And we ask that you continue to come through, man. You have one more meeting before we crown you a general at Quad. So, make sure that you're here, brother, so we can bestow the honors upon you. Remind me later to give Brother Kevin his honors and becoming the general here at the Drop Squad.
Indeed.
And also, with that being said, we're going to address a brother here, one of my brothers, attached to the hip, Brother Supreme. Don't hide. Don't hide, brother. How did you come into consciousness, my brother?
Mm-hmm.
And also, how did you come involved, or, you know, for lack of better words, how did you become aware of the movement?
Well, for me, coming into consciousness started for me March 12, 1980. I was 17 and a half months. That's when I lost my old man. So the first thing I was aware of was self and the reality of death. And for as the movement, that started for me in probably about 2016. I had a little group, and some of the people, they was on the redemption shit. So we was just, trying to research and find out, why things are the way they are for us as more American. And with that, history lesson came. I stumbled on Taj Tariq Bey, and from that point on, it's just been like on and cracking for me. So the last 3.5, almost 4 years, has been studying. So that's pretty much how I came into the Moorish information and the movement.
Indeed.
Well, brother, we appreciate you coming with us to build. You're a staple here and a valued member, like Sister Dawn is, like Sister Faye is, like, Brother Dawood, aka Brother David, Brother Tariq, who's not with us right now. He's not tuned in, but he's a general as well as my co-hosts, Brother O and Sister Wilhelmina. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Drop Squad.
Yes.
This is it.
Yes.
We're growing in numbers. We've also have brothers and sisters who couldn't make it here tonight. And with that being said, we wish them all positive energies, whatever they're going through or whatever they're doing. We ask that the Creator go ahead and bestow his favor upon them, and hopefully that they can join us sometime in the near future.
Indeed.
We always want to keep our Drop Squad members close. Even if, y'all can't make it to a show, at least let us know you're okay. So with the brothers and sisters that's not here, that's not present right now, we want to wish them the love and accolades as well. And with that being said, I'm going to pass and yield to my co-host, Brother O. I want you to specifically address nationality and the misconceptions that comes with being a Moor. For example, you have a lot of brothers and sisters, such as myself when I was a little younger, a lot younger, maybe 20 years younger, that when you became a Moor, you had all of these legal privileges and rights, and you could do whatever you want to do. But when you focus and you look, you saw that a lot of what brothers and sisters were saying were misconceptions. You can travel, but there's work that has to be done with that traveling. Right. You understand? So I want you to address at least 3 misconceptions when a brother or a sister declares and proclaims, more so specifically get their paperwork done. 3 common misconceptions that Moors have when they proclaim and declaim.
Well, let's get one thing straight out of this. This isn't, when you in this divine and national movement, because I'm gonna keep saying that because it is divine, the key word divine. that you have some people that wants to get in here and they get in the movement for the wrong reasons. A lot of reasons, one of few which either they had gotten in trouble previous to want to declare and proclaim, or, you know, for personal gain, or basically to try to exploit the movement for their own nefarious purposes, and so on and so forth. That's one thing. Now, another thing, when you got some brothers and sisters that declare and they proclaim, they see all the little things that come with it, like you having the right to travel in your own personal conveyance. No driver license, no tag, no nothing, no license plate or whatever. That's whatever. Or when you go into an establishment to purchase something, you don't pay no taxes. That's a major thing too. Why a lot of people want to declare just simply for that.
Right.
You know.
Want to misuse it.
But they don't realize when they see me stand on my square and they see me exercise my unalienable rights as an Aboriginal and Indigenous here to northwest of Maxim, which is North America to y'all, not the United States, because the United States is fictitious on paper and it is a corporation. America is the continent, North, South, Central America, and the islands. Okay? Now, as you can see, where you have my nationality card, I'm gonna show you the difference. What makes this a difference between this and a driver's license? Why a driver's license is fraudulent. As you can see, like with my appellation, yeah, just hold it right there, Willow. As you see my appellation, my title, keep in mind, Moors, we have titles. Christians have names. As you can see, it's just capital letter first, and everything else is lowercase letter. On your driver's license, the whole name is in caps. So basically saying, that's telling them that you're an artificial person. You're a straw man, scarecrow, put it that way.
Right.
A lot of other things that you see here too. Natural person in full life. So that means, you know, natural person, full blood, full life. I'm not artificial. National domicile, North America. Okay? That's the continent. That's where we at. Race, human. Now, it doesn't say black. It doesn't say white. Human. Race is the human species. And look what it says, ancestral estate. North, South, Central, Maxim, and I also said the islands. This is our state. This is our land. Okay? And as you can see right here, Miami, Florida Republic, because that's what it's supposed to be, a republic. You know, the land of flowers, but Florida is a corporation, but it's a republic. And then as you can see too, that you see I have the zip code in the brackets, 33127. That's very significant. So therefore, I'm not tied into the jurisdiction of the U.S. codes. That's why you see it like they're in brackets. And notice too that nationality, more American or Moorish American, as you can see there, and you see my autograph right there in red ink, which signifies the blood. You can do it, you know, because anything that you sign, when you sign a contract or whatever like that, do it in red ink or do it in blue ink.
All right. Contrary, not to cut you off, but contrary to what they teach us in school, or at least that's what I remember. In elementary, our teachers would always tell us never write in red ink. And my mother told me that as well. And I used to ask my mom, why is that? She was like, I don't know, but they tried to say it was bad luck. But really the answer is, it's because if you write in red ink, you're writing as though, you know, you are a natural person. You know.
Can I hit y'all with some case law too? Other versus Kansas, 230F, second, 486-489. They claim and exercise of constitutional right.
That's right.
Convert liberty into privilege, license it, and attach a fee to it.
That's right. That's absolutely correct, Supreme. Absolutely correct. Now, like at the same time, and look what it says at the bottom of my autograph: all rights reserved and retained. Anytime I sign anything, I autograph it. I always put that. I always put like the year, and then I put that, and then all in caps, all rights reserved and retained. Because, and that's 100% legal. It's legal and lawful, because all you're doing, you're protecting your signature, you're protecting your autograph. The other things it says here at the bottom: freehold by birthright, primogeniture, and inheritance. Now, I'm gonna go in the Black's Law Dictionary. I got it here. But give you the definition of freehold. Give you the definition of freehold real quick.
While you doing that, welcome, Sister Darian. Welcome back, sis. Glad to have you with us.
Welcome back.
Want to acknowledge you real quickly. Just to catch you up to speed. It's Wednesday night. We've made it nationality night. You know, teaching people the importance of nationality and other undeclared mores. You know the steps, what it takes, and what you have to do in order to get yourself right. If you're ready, you know, in that point of your life to do so. So we've dedicated, you know, tonight towards that. So
in other words, we want to help you correct your status. Now, freehold.
Exactly.
And I got the Black's Law Dictionary right here, 3rd edition.
Yeah. So welcome.
And welcome. Freehold, an estate in land or other real property of uncertain duration, that is either of inheritance or which may possibly last for the life of the tenant at the least. Which basically means like this estate, this ancestral estate that we're standing on, that we're born on, this is our birthright. This entire north, south, all this is our birthright. Primogeniture and inheritance. Meaning, in other words, we're heirs to this land.
Right.
Okay? Plain and simple. We are the landlords. And it also says here, Aboriginal Native American. Although we know that's believe it or not, it's a misnomer, but I deal with that there. Heirs of North America, national people of the land. As I stated, divine law, United States Code of Law, Title 22, Chapter 2, Section 141, of a general and permanent character. Now you see in red, this is what everybody want to get about. Not taxed, meaning we don't pay taxes on our own land.
Right.
And see, when people see that, and when I post receipts up on Instagram like that, they say, "Oh, why you did that?" Da, 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 da. They wants to do that, but they don't want to do the hard part. They don't want to study. They don't know. We put hours. We put in that work to try to go ahead and exercise this. This is life, and where I have it circled that right here. So when you go into these establishments, department stores, or whatever, and you show this to the cashier, they just type in this right here, AA 222141. Now to break that down, AA stands for Aboriginal American. 22, I think 222. I think that stands. I totally forgot, but I'll bring it up. I'll put it up in the chat. So, but I'll get back to that later. But as far as the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, they honor the treaties. the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787, the Treaty of Tripoli, and the Treaty of Algiers, which are the oldest, longest standing treaties to this day. That's what protects us and pre-secures our rights. Because let's keep in mind, Albion hybrid European, they're immigrants here. They're the foreigners. They're the colonizers. They're the inquisitionists.
Can you say the name of that treaty again?
The Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787. I think I got that book here. Yeah. It's the oldest standing treaty today because they know that Morocco, the Moroccan Empire recognized the United States as being an independent nation. And when people see that, they thinking of Morocco over there in what they call Africa, but that's the kingdom, which wasn't established until March 1956.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Treaty of Peace and Friendship was established between the UDOT and Morocco, then and the kingdom wasn't established until 1956, who did they establish it with? They established us, our Moroccans. And that's for some of the Moroccans that's over there saying that, they've been on social media talking about that, so-called blacks are stealing our heritage and blah, 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 this and that. I say, look, this flag, this flag right here, the true American flag, flown on these shores here prior to in 1913. It's over 10,000 years old. Y'all just borrowed it over there until y'all got established in 1956.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are the French Moroccans.
Exactly.
They're not the original Moors.
Because Morocco happens to be here. You're standing in Morocco. Al-Morocco, America, all they just did was change the vowels around. What was the one thing they taught us in kindergarten when we was in elementary? Vowels are interchangeable.
Mm-hmm.
A-E-I-O-U.
Absolutely.
And sometimes Y.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. You still have to do that work. Put in that work. Because the prophets say he want active Moors in this movement, not passive ones. Everybody wants to get into it, which is good. But they want to take shortcuts. There ain't no shortcuts in this. Because what you're dealing with here, you're dealing with law. History and law go hand in hand. Ain't no other way around it. So, for some of y'all, and even some of these dirty Moors that try to think they slick, that's trying to go ahead and charge people who really wants to get this information, 300, 500, 700, 1,500 notes.
2,500 notes.
2,500 notes, or issuing out nationality cards with a barcode on the back. I'm not mentioning no names right now, but they know who they are. and doing all that, y'all gonna be exposed sooner or later.
I'm messy, brother. Throw some names out there. I'm messy.
I'm not about to mess with y'all tonight.
Throw some names out. I'm messy.
I can't with y'all tonight.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna just go ahead and put some names out there like that. Couple of Tahaka Boki Bay. He always throwing shade at Taj all the time. He goes at Ras Moran. And the other one, Walter Morabay, he doing his thing, but the thing what he's doing with these nationality cards, he's putting barcodes on the back of it. And
oh wow.
Yeah, and that's not good because what that does, that ties you right back into the jurisdiction of the States, aka the United Corporation. You're not a produce.
Put you right back into slavery, which is exactly what
You're
the
not a
Revelator.
product.
You're not I got a picture of the back, but and on top of that, here's another thing. What makes this different from a driver's license or a state ID? No, you don't see no expiration date. See, that goes to prove that our driver licenses are fraudulent. How you gonna expire your nationality?
Okay.
You're born a Moor. That's our pedigree. That's your bloodline.
You got us at the DMV.
If you stand on your square, you enforce this, they gonna know. Especially when you go to these establishments that are European owned. I mean, just picture this. Take a picture like this, for instance. Say if I walked into a Louis Vuitton shop and I wanted to buy a Louis Vuitton bag. I could say Gucci. I'm not a Gucci person. And I show this. Now that cashier, who probably look like us, probably don't even know what it is. I say, okay, then just get the manager. Don't argue with him. Get the manager. Because I'm not finna argue with the help. Masters deal with masters. So once they see this, after you done talk to one of them, say that do y'all do tax exempt? They gonna take that and you just tell them that type in AA 222141. And by the way, that there is registered with the Library of Congress. Shout out courtesy of CM Bay for doing that, for filing that in 1948.
Bingo.
Along
Shout out to the brother.
Constitution.
All right. Islam.
One small thing I have to do before we continue. Sister Dorian, step up to the plate. How and when did you become conscious? And when did you find out about the Moor Science movement?
My last year and a half of college, I just became more curious about things. Things weren't adding up. And I don't really know much about the Moors, but like I've heard a little bit about it. And just figuring out how everything is connected. But yeah, and I graduated last year, so I guess 2017, 18.
Congratulations to you.
More, I'm no curious about things like this.
Congratulations to you on your graduation, sister.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great. That's great, sister. Like once again, like I said, with everybody here, thank you for being with us. You could have been asleep, you could have been reading, you could have been on the phone talking to your friends, but you chose to spend this time with us. And with that, we don't take that lightly, Thank you for investing your time with us. And also, thank you for coming through and sharing with us your experiences. Although brief, but still, you didn't have to do that. We asked you to, and you acquiesced to our request. So with that being said, sister, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing that with us. And also, we look forward to having you contribute, ask questions, bring forth something that you may have come across concerning the Moors. We don't know everything. So that's why we have this sort of potluck, so to speak. So where everybody brings something to the table so that we can share experiences and share knowledge with each other. So that when we leave with something, And with that being said, thank you for being here.
A quick question with her though. Because I got her, I told her to come on because I had started on the process of looking into her, I guess you would say, Native American ancestry. And I didn't know if putting her on that path, if that messes with the Moorish thing. Because when I first thought, okay, you're Indigenous American, just go find out what Amerindian tribe you are. But I didn't know this whole Moorish thing. So I don't know if that messes with it if she were to go later on look into the Moorish the ID, if that messes with it, if she finds, because she already started the paperwork for that.
They one and the
No,
same,
your
brother.
Moorish nationality
Yeah.
trump that. If it's some room for her to get some money for us from the indigenous Indian part, go for that. But her Moorish nationality is gonna trump that. I got a couple of videos that expound on this. I can share it with you on the private side.
In the chat. If you can put in the chat, I'll look at that too.
Okay, put it in the chat,
Yeah.
Sister Wilhelmina, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Bringing it up on the big screen so that everybody can share that information.
No, this is private. We have to do this on the backside.
Okay, backside, no problem.
Yeah.
So for our listeners, you know, we do talk about a lot of different things, but a lot of things that we talk about sometimes, you know, the enemy is listening. So we have to be very cautious with certain information as well. So with that being said, we're not secretive. However, there's certain things that public and private, right?
We in the middle of a warfare, you know, so we always have to be mindful of that, you know, and not in warfare the way people would normally think. This is a silent war, you know, quiet weapons for silent wars, as our brother Supreme put it to me one day. So yeah, we
silent
very
weapons
much,
for silent wars.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's how I go, sis.
So we definitely the Drive Squad, we love everyone, our members and everything, but we also, you know, protective of each other as well. So we try to never get people into doing things that may harm them, you know, on the outside.
Right. So one thing I implore everybody to do, you know what I'm saying, do your research. You know, before you get in contact with this movement and everything, do your research, do your due diligence, understand jurisprudence, understand, you know, legalese, understand jurisdiction.
Right.
You know, those are concepts that are constant in this movement. If you know you want to become a Moor, or you want to, you know, ask more questions, find out about us. We're here. You have Sister Wilhelmina. You can write something on the bottom of the. This is for the listeners on YouTube. Write a message on the bottom. The sister will get in contact with you, and we'll move forward from there.
All right.
Brothers and sisters that are here, Brother Oliver is very astute with getting brothers and sisters their documentation, as well as Brother Supreme. I personally defer to those two brothers. You know, they're stronger than I am, and I'm not gonna speak on Sister Wilhelmina's standing, but I defer to them personally. So get anything about documentation or about nationality paper, things of that nature, speak to those brothers. I believe Brother Dow, Brother, he's just that as well. So defer to those brothers as far as nationality and questions of that nature. With that being said, Sister Wilhelmina, will you take us to our next segment of our show?
Absolutely. Just wanted to give the people the info on our YouTube channel where they can find us. So hold on.
His brother, Brother Dawood is still with us.
So here we go, y'all. So for those of y'all that are just coming in, let me, you know, quickly get y'all up to speed. Wednesday night tonight is special. It's dedicated to nationality. Thanks Sister Dawn for reminding me of this earlier. We want to make Wednesday night the night that we do this, and moving forward in the wake of it being a fresh new start, a fresh new month. It's only right, you know, we go from here on out, you know, now knowing what we all about and what we plan to do with these platforms and how we moving out here. So again, tonight, strictly nationality night and teaching fellow brothers and sisters, undeclared Moors, everything they need to know about themselves, wondering, where you go from here. A lot of people have given up on the corporation that they've known since birth as the, Uncle Sam or the United States of America, Inc. And yes, believe it or not, it's not a nation, it is a corporation. And you do have the right as Moors, because this is what you're born as, you have the right, every right, to walk away and detach yourself not only from your straw man, but from this corporation. So this is definitely what tonight is going to be dedicated to and all about. And basically we getting straight down to business. Finally, we going in. So thank you for being patient with us, rocking with us. And this is dedicated to y'all, the ones that are here, and to other people not here. This is for y'all. We about to get it in. So thank you to Brother Oliver. He's our political half of the show. And basically, like Cliff said, he's the one that will defer you, getting you right and on that journey of where you need to go. So we're going to really hop into it tonight. And it's about time. So from there, I'm going to refer back to Oliver, and we're going to get in. And let's start with helping y'all on the first steps and stages of getting right. That's why y'all are here, and that's what we're here for you, So
if I may interject, sister, if I'm pardon, if I may interject, I see we have a Cam.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Hello,
about
Cam.
That. Cam, I'm sorry about that.
Brother Cam.
Islam,
Brother Cam. Brother Cam, as formal as I possibly can be, rather, I would like for you to give us a brief introduction of how, overall, in your lifetime, how you came into consciousness in general, and as well as how did you come across the movement, if you may.
Which movement is that?
The More Science movement.
Okay. Let's start with the first question. What was the first thing you asked me?
Okay, the first question was, how did you come to understand consciousness in your journey in life?
Okay. I guess you can say that I've always been aware. I've always been woke and conscious, but I guess there was a point where I was getting tired of this physical life. I was getting tired of people in the world. I was getting tired of my situation, relationships. And at one point, I just stopped my own life from how I was, because I was very outgoing. I was a nighttime person. I was involved with different organizations and whatnot. And I just stopped, secluded myself, much like how Muhammad did when he went to the mountain. So I sat down. I mean, at some point, man, I used to have to come to the door with the gat in my hand. Look, stop coming for, stop talking to me, stop trying to hang out with me. And then, I had to finally move from that spot. And because I was strictly into studying and reading, absorbing information.
Right.
So the more I kept absorbing, the more I kept reading, that was the beginning of the journey. Right. And this was back, see, I've been woke, but at some point, I fell asleep in the journey, got disconnected, and got back reconnected around the 90s. That good enough? You need a little more?
No, brother. That's a solid introduction into where being wrong and trying to find yourself, you know, going to study and keeping, you know, certain elements at bay.
Mm-hmm.
But the follow-up question is, how did you come in contact with more science?
So that was about I guess about 3 years ago, coming into contact with it. Not really going in on it, but you know, getting bits and pieces, which I still only have now, but just getting bits and pieces of it because I'm still a student of Islam, period. And so I've been, you know, a student of that, and then came into understanding or knowing of occult science, occult knowledge, esoteric knowledge, esoteric science. So, you know, that in itself, I know you know for yourself, that's, you know, not necessarily complicated, but it's a study that you got to be proficient and diligent in. So I can't bebop from this to that too much, but I did start trying to dabble into the more science. And I have some books, and I know that I am more, and I got enough sense, like Khalid said, to know that I am a more.
Did you just reference Brother Khalid?
Yes, he did.
Khalid Abdul Muhammad.
Hey, shout out. Hey, rest in power, Brother Khalid.
Rest in power, because that's my name, Khalid.
Oh man, brother. You shook my core right there, brother. Hey, brother. I'm pretty sure I can speak for everybody here. Thank you for coming through and being a guest here on our show and sharing your story, sharing your insights with us. And you could have been anywhere. Like I said, time and time again, it's starting to sound like a broken radio, but you could have been anywhere, brother. You could have been doing something else, but you chose to invest this time with us. And so with that being said, thank you, brother, for your presence.
Indeed.
Thank you. Islam.
Also, just want to acknowledge something that a lot of us here have a common denominator in Brother Bobby Hemmett.
Mm-hmm.
And with that being said, you know, the Brother Bobby Hemmett has done his work. He's done his work, as well as overall, the brother, the Revelator, Prophet Nubudra Ali.
Mm-hmm.
These brothers have put in time. They've invested a lot of time into their people. And we are right now here on this format, on this technology that wasn't around, you know, when Bobby Hemmett was doing his lectures, you know, early in the 90s. Now we have video conference where we can talk to each other in real time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with that being said, you know, these brothers have put in that time, and this is the fruition of all their work put together, where brothers and sisters from various walks of life, various avenues of life, various locations to come together and break bread on a peaceful vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is beautiful. This is truly beautiful. Truly beautiful. So with that being said, I'd like to give at least a 10-second moment of, you know, just admiration, man, of silence and admiration to the ancestors and the brothers who, you know, and sisters who've put us on this path, the Francis Cress Welsons, the Amos Wilsons, the countless other scholarships, you know, the Khalid Muhammads, you know, even the Europeans who went against the grain to bring us this information, like a J.A. Rogers, like a William Cooper, you know, like a Gerald Massey.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even those brothers and sisters that went against the grain to give us this knowledge, I like to just give them a 10-second, you know, moment of respect, you know, just for the fact of what they've done, the sacrifices and the chances they took to give us this information. So if we can just, you know, in silent meditation, just a quick 10 seconds for those brothers and sisters, as well as the right. With that being said, I yield back to my co-host, Brother Oliver Bay.
Mhm.
You have anything you would like to bring forth?
Yes. Like I stated before, and I've stated again. And for those, I already addressed the issues, the misunderstandings. Well, one of the misunderstandings about this movement, misunderstandings of purpose concerning this divine and national movement. That, like I say, some people get into it for the wrong reasons, and thinking that this is a shortcut for them, thinking that they're gonna beat the system and so on and so forth. And the thing, I'll just make it real short, so simple. History and law go hand in hand. If you want to know about you're learning about your true history, you're going to learn about law, period. You're going to learn about divine law, natural law, common law, constitutional law. Law governs all events. Devil's Advocate told you that with Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino. Best movie of it. And ignorance of it is no excuse. So for those who think they trying to be slick, that want to do things like put a package like a Supreme say, somebody charging close to $5,000 to $2,800 and all this other stuff, or putting barcodes on the back of nationality ID cards that get you not only incarcerated, but also get you caught up in more ways than one. That's not going to work. The key thing is what you need to do is study. Now you got everybody here who's on this thing and on YouTube that are very astute, that are very sharp in their areas, and they can give you reference points. I can even give you reference points of master teachers you could watch. Taj is at the top of my list when it comes to that. Asir Dukateers, Nature El Bay, Obashango Il, Hakeem Bey, Dr. Alim Bey, and Rosmarai Bey. Also, I can't forget C. Freeman Hill. Can't forget Bobby Hennett.
That goes without saying.
Can't forget
Prince Uriel Bey.
Prince Uriel Bey, exactly, and Sister Renita Valara Bey. Can't forget her.
Right.
Because for the past 30 years, Prophet Noble Drew Ali has been the most talked about individual for the past 30 years via social media or even out here in the battlefield. Okay, this is 2020, people, and this is the best time. This is the greatest time to be alive. This is the best time to be to get back in your proper status. And I'm gonna keep saying this: we have to correct our status. Otherwise, the things what you're seeing on TV is gonna keep on continuing. You still want to play this black game. You still want to play this crayon game. The next thing you know, you got all this crap that's happening around here. I'm not even going to get into that. But that's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. But it's moving in the direction of where it's going to be. As you can see, this de facto false government is crumbling from within, and the true government is the rising,
right?
Which is the republic, and that's where we wants to be in. Yes, I mean, I would get into about it with Trump and what the direction he's going at with this. As we well know, yesterday was the start of the payroll tax deferment.
It's official.
His steps in getting rid of the IRS. And like I said, we don't even supposed to pay taxes on your own land. And people, if you don't see this, what we've been telling you, Moore's been telling you for years, now y'all seeing it for yourself. I don't understand why you're not even trying to go ahead and get right.
Mm-hmm.
Or y'all just still want to go back and be a nigga and eat pork and hallelujah all up in the church and stuff on Sunday, call yourself Christian. I'm just saying.
Right on.
But the big misconception about people talking about thinking like with this movement, like, oh, it's a cult. You walk around, see these guys wearing these KFC bucket hats, blah, 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 this and that. The Moors put us in slavery. They slept with white women, blah, 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 this and that. Now, I'm not going to deny the slavery part because we did have the Albion hybrids in servitude.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
Reason speaking, because they weren't civilized.
All right.
Can I ask a question on that, or do you need to keep speaking?
No. Go ahead. Ask away, bro. Ask away.
Yeah.
Feel
free.
Since you brought that up, let me ask you, what is this thing with when I see Moors who wear turbans, who are into this, who's changed their status, who are Moors, but they marrying white women and copulating with white women.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I know I could tell. I think I know.
There's a few out there. There's a few.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know
one
in particular,
mm-hmm.
and he was down here on Miami Beach. Brother Polite, yeah, we know about you. Okay, so
you messy.
Yeah.
You messy.
Oh my God. I can't get
about that buttermilk complected skin.
My milk.
David.
My milk of magnesia.
I'm not about to get into it. I'm not playing with y'all.
Get into it. Go ahead and get into it, bro.
Yeah, but brother.
Okay, hold on. So we transition into a Sunday? Let's transition to a Sunday.
No.
Let's give the people what they want.
No.
Let's give the people what they want.
We are supposed to be helping people get their shit together. Nationality.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Like I said, the brother's question is valid, and he's absolutely right because what he's seen, I've seen it myself. Yeah, there's no doubt. Like, yeah, I don't get it like that with myself or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I often take a closer look and I say, wait a minute now, he or she probably can't be Albion. They might be quote unquote Latina or whatever.
Yeah.
You know. So
the ones I'm talking about, the brothers I'm talking about, they were some straight up crackers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I'm just
like the basketball player who left his wife for the tranny. Oh, my bad. Never mind.
So they running around here with chocolate. You telling me?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Straight up.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, since that there, okay, that negates my argument. Okay, yeah, those are sellouts.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
That ends that.
You can go ahead on with your talk now. You answer my question.
And the prophet also said,
because
do not amalgamate with the Europeans.
Hey, hold on. Drop the horn. I know this ain't that format, but drop the horn, please. Repeat that, brother.
Repeat it.
Prophet said, do not amalgamate with the Europeans.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's just drive the bus off the cliff, why don't we? Let's go.
Chapter 48.
That's what I'm here for.
Chapter 48, verse 6 clearly states, we a clean and pure nation descend from the inhabitants of Africa. Do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe. Gods or their religion because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth.
Drop the mic.
Hit it, sister. That's the Sunday horn. That goes off all the time.
And for the record, this by no means hate or anything toward European. Okay.
Exactly. No, it's just the truth, and the truth is being spoken. That's all.
The truth is being spoken because truth is always going to shine. Falsehood comes and goes.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, if
no apology nor explanation. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
If I can give it reference, which political party wanted us to end segregation?
Which political party wanted us to end segregation?
Democrats. The Democrats, the demons.
The Democrats.
Democrats.
The Dixiecrats, aka the spinoff from the Ku Klux Klan.
Okay. Did I say more?
No, that's it. If y'all don't mind, let the brother go ahead and get back on his theme, because I just wanted that question answered, because I had been asking that question to several more and they kept giving me some bullshit answers. So I just wanted that straight answer that you just gave me. So let's go on back and hit the topic that we was on.
Okay, before we do that, brother, like I said, shameless plug. By no means or any stretch of the imagination are we saying that we hate Europeans. We don't have hate. One of our first pillars is love. So it's not about a hate relationship with us and the Europeans. Let me throw that out there for the listeners and for the people, potential listeners down the line.
Exactly.
It's
because
just
when you come into knowing yourself, and when you come into an awakening state, you already have eliminated your heart with hate for anything and anyone. Because you can't live like that with hate in your body, in your soul, in your spirit.
Sure.
So this is being said from a place of self-love. Okay? And if anybody understands self-love, before I can love another, I have to love myself. And right now, throughout history, even the European, the Albion European can state that we haven't loved ourselves. So when we love ourselves, it's not that we hate others. It's just that we need to get into we need to do our thing before we can deal with another. So that comes with everything. That comes with us knowing who we are, us being who we are, us loving who we are. And before we can even take on another individual, there has to be self-love. So with that being said, I don't think I have to expound anymore on self-love. If you love yourself, you will seek for yourself in the form of a mate. Check?
Check.
I say.
Okay. So with that being said, I don't think I have to elaborate anymore. Even at one point in time, the Albion wanted to be secluded from us. So I don't see any reason or any hate with them wanting to do them and us wanting to do us.
Right. It keeps down confusion.
Exactly.
It keeps down confusion in the sense to where it keeps confusion down to where when you give birth to a child, the child is like, okay,
right, am
I in for this? I got to identify with this or this. It just keeps down confusion on a whole bunch of levels to where, you know, the whole integration and all that stuff took us away from ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So that's the same thing where it says chasing after the European in a sense and thinking that okay, this woman is, man, she got some blunt, you know, like hair, whatever, and you know, whatever that appeals to a lot of brothers who think, okay, once they get to that, they reach the pinnacle in a sense. And you know, but it's really not a pinnacle, and it's not, like you said, it's not speaking hatred, you know, and because they practice it as well, like you said, it's practicing
they're trying to preserve their race. You know what I'm saying? You know, and it's all about race pride in a sense. You know, it's not no hate.
Nobody says anything when the Jewish community does it. And this is not a knock on the Jewish community. It's just facts. You know what I'm saying? They're taught to do that and make sure that, number one, their culture and above all else, their, demographics remain intact. So, if anything, we should take a page from out that book or reiterate that fact that we need to what our ancient forefathers used to do. Which is, one of the precepts of this movement, going back to, the concepts and the paradigm of our ancient forefathers and mothers. So with that being said, I yield back to Brother Oliver Bay. Excuse me for the tirade.
No, that's fine. That's what needed anyway, though. This is what make the drop squad the drop squad.
Yes.
But I just want to like one of the things that the prophet stated in his oral statement and prophecies, got right here, that he stated just like this in one of the two prophecies. He said, in the year 2000, which is past, which is the Moors will come into their own. We in 2020. So I think that's enough said with that.
Hold on, brother. Repeat that once more time. This is why we call him the Revelator.
Yeah. In the year 2000, the Moors will come into their own.
And see the thing with this, right? Being in the Moorish Science Temple, if your heart ain't genuine and true to the cause, whatever, it's gonna be exposed. If you out here being a fraud or whatever, and you trying to tell people, about selling nationality and this and this and this or whatever, all that stuff gonna be exposed. Like you saying, it's about the culture of learning of us learning ourselves, and the European is helping. The European, like I said, the prophet is helping. I mean, the prophet said the European is helping us. Why not you? You know what I'm saying? So it's like in this movement, a lot of stuff, like I said, we keep seeing in these streets or whatever. We seeing in today's because of us not honoring our ancient foremothers and forefathers, divine creed and principles. So long we keep clinging on to that label black, all that black stuff gonna keep happening to us as a people.
Right.
And it's gonna, I don't care, like I say, we stiff neck and all this other stuff. So it's like the more hard headed we are, the harder the lesson is. I mean, it's gonna be, like they say, what they say? The saying, it make us soft behind or whatever.
A hard head make a soft ass.
Yeah. So straight up. So that's what we're seeing. So as long as we got these people out here keep clanging that or whatever, they can keep clanging whatever they want to. They it's gonna be harder for them in the end. But like I said, I'm just trying to get my thoughts together a little bit. But
take your time.
Yeah, hold on, let me see. Because of us, not knowing our nationality and all this other stuff. I ain't saying us as us. I'm talking about like like so-called Negroes, blacks, colors, and all this other stuff. All these labels that show division. As long as they see that division, they would never. They already know. They can just drive down the street and see. It's still Negroes. You know what I'm saying? So, but as long as we keep clinging on to this label, we are, I ain't gonna say we holding it up. We holding up the progress of the earth.
Right.
And because we go back and we don't know nothing about going back, it's gonna cause a lot of destruction on our people because of that. Because of our ignorance.
It says it in our books, man. My people perish because of lack of knowledge. you know, and it's sad to see we take on a brand. Like I try to simplify a lot of the concepts we have in More Science. So a lot of the colloquialisms we use now is, you know, brand. We use the term brand, you know. A lot of these teenagers and younger adults use the term brand. Right. And so I try to use the simple colloquialisms to try to expound more science on a conceptual level personally, so that our youth, the hip hop culture, so to speak, can get a lot of the concepts, the deeper legalese and the harder concepts it is when we talk about legalese and jurisprudence. You know, I try to make it palatable. A lot of us here try to make it palatable, but myself, I try to use the terminology and the systems of the youth in order to raise them out of that thinking. Because one of the things that they use and they understand is this European Albion system of using the system to get what you want and not acknowledging the concepts, the precepts, and the overall culture of more science, of what it is to be a Moor. So rather, in lack of better terms, this goes along with the topic here, strengthen their straw man and neglect their natural person for gain, notoriety, and what have you. A lot of our people, you know, you can look down the timeline, we're brand ambassadors versus being national, you know, claiming our nationality. We'd rather be brand ambassadors and you know, make money and do things of that nature, which I don't knock. However, if there's no nationality in place and your aspirations is to simply and solely be a brand ambassador, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with our culture. Mm-hmm. There's something wrong with our mindset. There's something wrong with our paradigm. And when I say our, I'm talking about our nation in total, not just the people here. The people here have a grasp of, you know what I'm saying, nationality and things of that sort. So this is not an indictment on the people that are here. More so on just the diaspora in general. When we look and we go upon just the different pages on the internet, social media, everybody's concerned about being a brand, you know, and it sickens me because I understand, and I'm sure you all do as well, the paradigm with the brand. It goes back into being a corporate commodity. You might as well put a barcode on your forehead, take the mark of the beast, and get led to the slaughter. You know, I hate to go that way with it, but, you know, if we don't come into the national fold of things, you know, it's going to be a long, sad road that, you know, us and our people are going to suffer. Because the prophet said it best, man. If you don't have a nationality, you know, you're predisposed to, you know, the suffrage at other nations' hands. In so many words, I'm going to paraphrase it, but that's just what it is. You know, the concepts of African American, the concept of Negro, colored. What's another one? Black. A national banner and associate those. So with that, you become civil mortuus, which means civilly dead. which means you have no rights because you're civilly dead. You're a carcass. And what do they do with carcasses? They bury them. They mistreat them. This is why a lot of these Albions, and I hate to get socially, bring this thing to a social aspect, but we have to look at it for what it is. This is why we get mistreated. This is why we suffer injustices. This is why when we go to the court rooms, we have no justice. We have no standing in these courtrooms underneath these fictitious statuses. Our people have taken Webster's dictionary terminology, like terms black, and we put associated pride and all sorts of things with them. But when we go into the court of law, they have a separate dictionary. This is a fact. You have Black's Law Dictionary, amongst various other dictionaries. Different language, exactly.
It's called legalese.
Yeah. Okay. So when you understand that, Black in everyday Webster's dictionary means one thing. But when you go into the court of law, Webster's dictionary has no place. You have to use legal and lawful terms when dealing in the court of law. Let me juxtapose that with, and I'm going to be real brief, and I'm going to yield very soon. When you go into a medical facility or anything of that nature, they have their own dictionary. That's right.
Right.
So when you go into the hospital, you'll hear a doctor say a terminology that you're not familiar with. And it has its own definition because that's their language.
Right.
At that specific location in the hospitals. In places where they do medicine. They have medical dictionaries. So why is it that when we go into the court of law, when we're dealing with anything jurisprudence, which means lawful terminologies and understanding thereof, we're using Webster's Common Dictionary to speak when the location and the setting requires you to have an understanding of lawful terms. This is more science, plain and simple, on a legal level. If you don't have a nationality, you will suffer. Plain and simple. I yield.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead, brother.
Also, the thing is, basically, when you lack nationality and your principles of your ancient forefathers, you're basically like how it was in the Matrix. You're basically like a battery being used, and they can use that battery any way they want to, but not just being a battery, but also, let's say, like you said, you go into a hospital and they have certain rules, they have certain things or whatever. They can say, okay, let's chop off his foot. Let's do this. Oh, you don't need this. They can tell you so many lies or whatever. So they're like, oh, you don't need this lung. You don't need this liver. You don't need your foot. You don't need your arm. They can chop off whatever they want to because it's like you're basically their property. So when you allow people to have jurisdiction over you, they can take not only just that, but they could you go up in front of a judge. He feel like he got the right to say, you 10 years. I want to give you 5 years. I want to give you life in prison, all this other stuff. So those are more examples of like giving somebody jurisdiction over your life, because basically in their eyes, the true citizens, they can look at you how they can treat you how they want to treat you. You know, the abuses, whatever, however they see you. So so that's why a cop can go and just kill off whoever they want to kill off, and nothing happen because it's like you're useless, really. And in the movie Get Out, they showed it as well, to where it's like, if you don't appreciate your body, we wanna take, okay, he don't appreciate his body, let's take out their liver, let's put it in one of our bodies. Let's say, let's try to prolong our life as much as possible, because they're not appreciating their life.
Right.
They're not even looking back at the people who brought forth life. So, like your ancestors, you know what I'm saying? So it's like the people who paved the way for us all to be here. So when you're doing that, it's like you basically disrespecting everybody. So you disrespecting yourself, you disrespecting your heritage, you disrespecting all the other people on this planet as well.
Right.
And it's time for people to wake up. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you good, brother. You good. It's absolutely glad you even said that, y'all, because that's very, very profound. It's like it gives you a perspective. It's like you're right, because we hear it all the time, like especially during this Black Lives Matter fiasco, stuff. People say Black Lives Matter, and then you have other Black folks that are conscious. They say, well, if Black life matters so much, why are we always killing one another? Nobody ever want to answer that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever wants to answer that one.
Of course, they're not going to answer that.
Right. And in the meantime, what's happening? Okay, we have people. We know that these gang activity killings happen, and it's always, us shooting one another just because we looked at each other wrong, or accidentally bumped into somebody, or you stepped on somebody's raggedy ass Air Force Ones where that ain't even worth as much as they were made in overseas. So it's really a tale of the boomerang. Really, people who make the Nikes and shit, they make less than the shoes are worth, but then they get them for free, and they get to sell them on the low once they leave work. Now that they know how to make the shit. But then on the other hand, back here in America, you get some people that go and buy these shoes thinking that they doing everything. They stunting, thinking that they somebody. You in the club, somebody bump into you, step on your shoes. Now you ready to fight. Like James Brown say, getting down with my girlfriend, want to fight. The big payback all of a sudden.
Yeah.
All right, you shoot somebody, say, I'm gonna see you later. You disrespected me. You stepped on my foot, even though it was an accident. Fast forward, you get them outside, they start shooting at each other. Somebody end up dead, going to the morgue. Next thing you know, you got to have a family member come down, examine, and confirm the body. All right, make funeral arrangements. But who's to say that when the funeral comes that you even in there? Family don't know it, but you being shipped overseas in the same place that made your fucking shoes, and now your body parts are being chopped up and disseminated and sold on the black market. You see what I'm saying? So it's a telltale of butterfly effect, if you will, or the Mandela effect, as some people call it. It's like a boomerang effect. But yeah. So thank you, David, for that reference, giving us a little light on that. So.
Appreciate that, though.
Appreciate it, David.
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah. We just have to just consciously wake up, man, as a people, and understand our true value. Because like you said, if you ain't gonna value yourself, you're gonna place values in shoes and all this other stuff and all this stuff that really have no value, because you're not appreciating your life.
Right.
You're not appreciating that gift
right.
that God gave us. So So when you place that label Negro on you, or you just willingly accept it, that's showing everybody else on this planet who got a nationality, who know about their ancestry, like the Mexicans or whatever. Okay, their flag represents what? Mexico. The Japanese, their flag represents Japan. So guess what? You can trace themselves back to that. So that's why they have like Japanese food or Chinese food or Mexican food and all this other stuff, because they are still paying homage.
They end up getting reparations too.
And they also have a connection on the low. This is what they don't want us knowing over here. Those countries got ancient connections to this land that go back thousands of years. Just like I was telling y'all about, China is known as Cathay. Now, where have you heard that name before? Oh, I know. In Black History Month, they bring up this woman or man, I'm not sure which one it is, but saying that she's the first Civil War soldier named Cathay Williams. That's how they play with us. They take our history from us and then, play a game of, how you hide something behind your back and then you show your child and ask them to guess. That type of shit. They do that to us and then give us something like Black History Month in February, like they done us a fucking favor.
And then the history, the quality of the history is piss poor.
Right.
Because we get the Marxist version of Martin Luther King. We barely get any Malcolm X. And then we get the rest of the people outside of maybe like a small reference of Marcus Garvey. The rest are Negro Boule members.
Right.
And it's sad.
Right. So
it's sad. We can see, for those who have eyes and ears to see, we can see where they want us to be geared at. They want us to be Negro Boule. Like shout out to brother Steve Coakley, who gave hell of a reference in his lectures about the Boule.
All right.
These individuals are nefarious, man. They work hand in hand with the European. They are the griffins with the wings.
Yeah.
That holds up.
I got a brief story to tell you about that. They came to my place of employment and tried to recruit me.
Word?
Oh, of course they did.
Yeah.
Who is this again? Hold on.
Of course they did.
The Boule.
The Boule. Okay. Yeah.
Of course they did. That's their job. They want to silence you.
Right.
They know who's wanting to work for us, but going back and looking at their insignia, their logo, it's a griffin with wings that's holding a urn closed with one. And in that urn, you see a circle within a circle. That circle within a circle is those Albions that are in hiding, that the griffin protects. The griffin itself is an ode back to the Sphinx. It's a morph Sphinx with wings.
Correct.
And they use that knowledge that we have to keep us at bay. So brothers like a Noble Drew Ali, brothers like a Malcolm X, brothers like a Marcus Garvey, who have an alternative type of movement contrary to what they believe, they keep those brothers aside and they focus on the W.E.B. Du Bois, who denounced them on his deathbed. Now, picture that. One of the main advocates for that movement denounced them on his deathbed. Need I say more?
He realized what he had done. And it weighed heavy on. When you think about what they did, like it was unnecessary and it was just completely wrong. Was he to willingly deceive people for a little bit of prestige?
So,
right.
So would you say that they are like the wizard behind the Wizard of Oz in a sense, hiding behind that curtain, to where if they're revealed, it's like hanging on to their blackness, or whatever, their so-called blackness or whatever, because it yields some kind of, like I said, prestige and power to them right now. Like they said,
Right.
Eric just became a billionaire or whatever.
So, yeah, definitely within this system, within this borrowed system, because this system does have a time frame. It's actually been the contracts and stuff that we had with them, as far as them having their enterprise here.
They've expired.
It's been up. So with that being said, the so-called blacks that aligned themselves up with that fraternity and that group of people, they benefited for a long, long time of keeping us ignorant to the fact of who we are. You know, and shout out to Brother Steve Coakley once again. They've been exposed.
Right.
Kamala Harris, aka Proud Boule member. I can show you right now, if Sister Wilhelmina will give me the host, of a picture of her clearly showing her Boule ties. This is the Democratic potential vice president under okay, I acknowledge you, brother Soapbox. But give me 1 second. I just want to show this picture and give context to what I'm saying, and then I'll yield.
Does it make both of y'all co-hosts, by the way? Yes. I forgot. I'm glad you reminded me to do that, Cliff. Did it make you co-host?
I don't know. Like I said,
it made both of them co-hosts.
Okay.
It made both of them.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. With that being said, I'm looking for the picture now. I posted it a few shows ago, but I'll post it here now for our guests to see. The sister's not who we think she is. And I say sister very loosely.
She's Caucasian. Just because y'all are Hindu. Here's the thing that I've learned: having sickle cell. I used to be, in the hospital a lot. As far as being admitted and having to stay due to my sickle cell attacks. And a lot of times, if you don't get a doctor that's Caucasian, white man or woman, what they give you is this Indian, a Hindu type of person walking into your room and being your doctor. And one thing about Arkansas, living here in Little Rock, the Indians, even though you see them in the hospital, most of them live on the furthest outskirts of town, where it's like really like the Beverly Hills of Little Rock. They don't you don't see any of them living, in the hood or anything. They live in with the white people up in the hills with the mansions and shit.
The same people.
Yeah.
Those people, they definitely not gonna care about your life.
Right.
That's why they in those positions, to quickly take it.
Right.
You going into their territory where they're practicing medicine. They're not. It's not like they know what they're automatically know what they're doing, but so many have placed so much trust into them to where, like I was saying earlier, you go in there, you might have an ingrown toenail. They see, you come out, your toe is gone.
Right.
Because it's like they could just take off whatever they want to do with you. Because it's like, look at this nigga or whatever. Why should I respect this nigga? Why should I respect this person? And they don't respect themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like slowly being erased.
Right.
Well, to give this picture here context, America Associated Press, 2016 stated that California Kamala Harris becomes first American Indian senator. Then in 2020, Biden picks Kamala Harris running mate, first black woman. And then you have a wizard cat on the bottom, whoosh, now you're black. You know, this is just the mind games and the fuckery that they play with our people. Because we have no knowledge as a diaspora of nationality.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just, you know, when you know about it, it just puts a bad taste in your mouth. At least for me, because you know we've suffered so long. You know,
mm-hmm.
Our people, have fought for ages to try to, you know, get some form of peace, some form of like, let us be, let us live,
Mm-hmm.
and we get to the point where we're tired. You know, we're tired.
Right.
You can see where even the so-called African American now are going to line up with any kind of movement that has a voice and that seems like they have a voice, regardless of the underlying motivation of the movement. As long as it says black and there's some type of empowerment in it, we're going to run with it.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It's real sad. I don't think I have that picture of Kamala anymore. I deleted it.
But it is one I did send Willa to want her to put up. I just DM'd it to you.
Oh, okay. Let me get that.
Just for, well, you'll see when she put it up.
Yeah.
I DM'd it to her via Instagram. So,
yeah. Not to get too far off track, we do still have people that want to really get their nationality.
Yeah, but this is going to be brief. I just want to show this.
All right.
I just let her just put it up. Okay. Not that one. It's
Okay. After this could be I'm done.
I can't do this with y'all tonight. I can't. Oh my God. All right. I see. I gotta get us back on track before we run off the mountain. We about to drive off the cliff.
But let's go back. Not go back on the
Oh God. Yeah.
Let's just get back on track.
Yeah. Let's get back on track. You know.
Okay. I have the picture. Before we get back on track, I'm just gonna put up the picture, and then oh man, we'll continue. I have the picture. Here it is, right here. Celebrating the legacy of sisterhood and world impact. Welcome, aka Alpha Kappa Alpha 67 Boule.
Oh my God. Is she one of them for real? Yo.
All skin folk ain't kinfolk.
Ain't kinfolk. Indeed. Indeed, Supreme. Indeed. But you got fools that's actually out here. Hey, future Miss Vice President. She's like, shut the hell up. She ain't for you. Sit your ass down. Anyway, that's another topic for another. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get into it. This nationality. Oliver, where you go?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Don, for reminding me. She had asked a question. Well,
What was the question?
Not necessarily a question, but I guess she said, I'd like to hear the specifics from Oliver for the steps he took to declare nationality. Did you go to the Supreme Court Registrar's office? Was it an affidavit that you signed? All right, let's get into it.
Okay, the declare.
One more.
Okay, declaring part, I'm gonna just put it like this. No Supreme Courts or nothing like that had nothing to do with it yet. But declaring it is the easy part. You just declare, say that you're a Moorish American national. You're a Moorish American. And that's exactly who we are.
But you gotta put that on somewhere, right? You gotta put that somewhere, right?
Huh?
You gotta fill out something somewhere, right? Somebody has to.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to the proclaiming. That's where the publishing comes in at. That's the paperwork. That one right there, as you see on Arby Bay Publications, they have like the PDF here. You can go there and get it, or go to either riseofthemoors.org. They do it there, or the Moorish Council. But I always recommend Arby Bay. You have like the name declaration and judicial proclamation. I got mine right here. That's where the publishing that comes in at. And they have like the PDF on their site, and you can have it printed out on the legal size paper, 8.5 by 11. This I don't know if you can see it, but this. The name declaration would look like this. Hold on a second.
Hold on, see if you can.
Well, I'm gonna send the picture.
Okay.
The name declaration would look like that. Then you got judicial notice and proclamation. That's like 6 pages. For the name declaration, that's what's going. That's what's going to have your name corrected. Is you coming out where you basically going from public to private, and you're no longer using your straw man. You claiming your appellation.
Trying to zoom in, y'all. Hold on, bear with me. This damn trackpad. Oh, come on. God damn it. Anybody know how to do this? God, had it earlier. Jesus Christ.
There you go.
Don't let us zoom in. It's not doing it. Okay, wait. Can y'all at least see it a little?
Actually, you're making it smaller.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to.
Only thing that's getting big is the background, remember?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Because remember how I did with your ID card where it let me enhance that? I'm trying to do that again, but there we go. God damn it. Shit. All right.
Nah, that's not it.
Just had it. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, everybody. Where'd it go? Shit. I'm in the wrong one. Oh.
But that was what he was saying.
Yeah.
Private.
That's
Yeah.
what he said.
Bear with me, y'all. I don't know what the hell is happening. I'm having technical difficulties over here. There we go. There we go. Hayden Harris. There we go. It's not it. There we go. Can y'all see it now?
Okay.
A little better? Okay. Got it.
So Dawn, as you can see right there, you see the top of the header right there. You got the American flag, the Al Moroccan flag, the true American flag, the Uniting of Asia handshake, and then you got the Star Spangled Banner on the right. And then as you can see, like we'll say, legal notice, name declaration, proclamation, and publication, Moorish Divine National Movement of the world. Because the whole world knows who we are. So as you see how I've had mine filled out, I put my appellation there, as you see, top in red. It meaning that being duly affirmed, standing squarely, declare and proclaim upon divine law, nature's law, universal law, Moorish birthright, international law, and constitutional law, declare and say, I, being previously identified by the Union States Society of North America, US U.S.A. under the colorable wardship name, Strawman, Oliver Wayne Jackson, all in caps, do hereby refute the fraud, make public and publish my corrected national name, declare and affirm my true proper person status, impropria persona, and reclaim my rightful social and cultural life of the state in accordance with my Moorish nation of Northwest Amexem, North America, acknowledging my birthrights, having lawfully and legally obtained and proclaimed my Moorish nationality and birthright, name and title in harmony with and in association with and in accord with divine law, the customs and the laws, rules, usage of the Moorish divine and national movement, being Aboriginal and Indigenous and bound to the North American continent by heritage, by primogeniture, by birthright, by natural birth, by freehold, and I just told you the definition for that, and by inheritance. Declare for the public record, I am returning the European cognomen and fictitious misnomer back to the colonial possessors of its pedigree. I am now rightfully declaring, publishing, and proclaiming my own free national name, affirming my actual, rightful, and civil in full life status conjoined to my Moorish American consanguine pedigree and national honor. Let it be declared, known, published, and resolved that I am Oliver Wayne Jackson Bay, impropria persona sur juris, being in my own proper persons, birthright and inheritance without the foreign imposed color of law or assumed due process of the Union States Society pursuant to, but not limited to, the Free Moorish American Zodiac Constitution. That's the one C.M. Bay had filed in with the Library of Congress to this day. Zodiac Constitution, birthrights of the Moorish American being Ali, Bay, Il, Day, and Al, Article 2, Paragraph 2 of the Zodiac Constitution. United States Republic, Department of Justice, Moorish American Credentials, AA 222141, Truth A-1, United States Supreme Court, Supreme Law, Acts of State, United States Constitution, Article 3, Section 2, Amendment 5, Liberty Clause, and Amendment 9, Reservation of the Rights of the People. The 5 Resolution number 75, which was dated April 17, 1933, AD, Moorish American Society of Philadelphia, and the use of their names. And 6, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, United Nations Human Rights, Article 15, and 7, the rights of indigenous peoples, United Nations General Assembly, Part 1, Article 4. All those are included. Now, therefore, I, Oliver Wayne Jackson Bay, being part and parcel, named herein and by birthright, primogeniture, and inheritance, make a lawful and legal entry of affidavit and public notification and nationality proclamation, name correction, claim, declaration, affirmation, and application before with published for the public record. And as you can see, my autograph is right there. Right thumbprint in red. And as you see, I had 2 other declared Moors that were with that autograph there for that. Sent it off to the Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs. I got it back 2 weeks later. Gold seal right there and the copies on that and the judicial proclamation, same thing, which is like 6 pages. Now, when you get it, when you send them off, you got to have 2 copies of the name declaration and 2 copies of the judicial proclamation. As long as you got 2 declared Moors to autograph it for you, and just make sure everything is right when you send it off to the Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs. The address is on Arby Bay's website as well. They go back to you just like that. With the with the paper that shows the protocols of notice, which tells you send it to the 7 locations, branches of government. That's the United States Supreme Court, the Department of the Treasury, Department of Justice, Secretary of State, Secretary of Interior, Homeland Security, and United Nations.
A quick question on that.
Yes, sir.
After you do all that, because the only thing is that I'm in law school, so I'm still like just hearing some of the stuff you're saying. I'm like, damn, like they would never teach us anything like that. Go through all the paperwork and do all the legal jurisprudence on that. Do they still, courts then here have personal jurisdiction over, and they still compel you to work, or how it work with trying to get a more in the court? Like, how does that work for you?
Yeah, they ain't got they have no jurisdiction over you.
Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, can they even call you guys in if you guys are doing this? Like, it's just like,
because you know how they send you like a summons or subpoena.
Yeah, I've written some.
You're not doing that. You just making a special appearance. Like a lot of Moors, what they do, they send those magistrates or whatever, those clerks of their office, they send them a writ. They'll let them know to state their status. Trust me, these magistrates, these judges, a lot of them are Masons. They took
I know. I know. Check floors and all that,
Trust me, I can tell you this, Cliff can tell you this. They hate to see, in their words, and we dealt with them here, they hate to see them red cap boys come up in there.
Yeah, I figured. I was about to say, y'all putting yourselves as a target, basically doing this.
But
thank you.
It's maybe a target, but it's like this. I mean, Moors are men, upright, independent, and fearless.
See, I think the thing that has happened is that so many people have went in the courts and have abused it or whatever, and for the wrong reasons or whatever, to where I've even been in the courts and I've stood before the judge and explained about that I'm a natural person and UCC and all this other stuff that I did back years ago, and the judge, the European judge, knew that I didn't necessarily know everything in a sense, but he knew that I knew what I was talking about. And I had a sister, well, her name is Mother BJ, and she was a part of, member till 21, and was real astute in the law or whatever. So was teaching us that stuff in the law classes or whatever. And the judge basically allowed me to walk, like just leave, like case dismissed, So, but what has happened so many people have took this information and have abused it and misused it to where it has given the Moors a bad name in a sense, to where it's like you're not necessarily supposed to go in there causing confusion in a sense, but just basically state what you state, know what you know, and that is what it is what it is. But a lot of people just do it because their hearts aren't pure, and because their hearts aren't pure, whatever, they abuse it, and that has made it to where even though we know the truth or whatever, or even though they know we're representing, the Moorish Science Temple, whatever, all this other stuff, it has messed us up in a sense, to where we're known like it's, instead of like trying to really practice peace in the courts, it's like we're trying to go to war in a sense, But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because we go in the Dragon Layer, to the courtrooms, we come in as amicus curiae, a friend of the court.
Yeah.
Yes. Amicus curiae. You can get that out of I don't think they got that in Black's Law, but it probably is.
Yeah, I know what it is because I've had to look that up. But for me, I just asked because for me, I remember the first time I heard about Moors in court, and mind you, this was a while ago, so I'm not speaking ill of her or anything like that. But Corin Gaines, and I remember people were knocking her because they were like, "Oh, she's this crazy Moorish, this crazy lady from the Moorish nation." Trying to do all these crazy lawsuits or something like that against Baltimore. And I was just like, oh, okay, I guess, that's what they do. Because I'd heard of like people trying to do their own nationality and stuff, but I was like, all right, I guess it's that crazy shit. Now listening to this, I'm like, man, like, was she just getting railroaded or what? Like,
nah. What happened with Corin Gaines? Corin Gaines was on that. She was on that. She knew the law.
Yeah, because that's what it seems like now when I'm listening to some of her old video, but I don't know enough about the Moorish nation yet to really say that. But
yeah, she knew the law. And keep in mind, she domiciled in Baltimore.
Oh shit, damn.
And
I didn't catch that.
So she knew the law, but where she got her info from and it was evident that she got it from a dirty Moor.
So
I seen a video of hers where she got pulled over by Baltimore PD, and the Albion came and asked her for a license, and she rebutted and said, like, where's your delegation of authority?
Yeah.
Because like I said before, let's face it. I tell people all the time, stop calling these people officers because they're not officers. Officers are elected, they're not hired.
Right.
These people are just militarized, privatized, contracted, commercial mercenaries / security guards.
Top flight security
policy
of the world,
enforcers.
Policy enforcers, and their job is to enforce corporate policy.
Gotcha.
Which is in that case in the city. So, so like railroaded, yeah, she basically Baltimore PD targeted her because that lawsuit would have definitely broke the back of the Baltimore PD. And they're paying for it right now because as of this moment, I think a judge had opened that case back up and awarded the family of Corin Gaines the 37 million FRNs to the family. Which some sister tried to argue with me, talking about her family ain't gonna see that. And then you had the dirty Moor, I'm gonna say his name anyway, Tahanka, said he said that Taj Tariq Bey and RV Bey Publications were responsible for getting Corin Gaines killed.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Which is a total farce because the family of Corin Gaines already stated the Baltimore PD is liable.
Gotcha. My bad if I got y'all off track. I was just like, man,
I'm glad you brought the Corin Gaines one was definitely perfect. Corin Gaines, our sister, and see the reason they had to pay that, guess what? They killed the Moorish sister. Aboriginal indigenous to the land, not just some black woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brother Parton, they murdered, not killed.
They murdered.
Kill animals or people, humans.
Gotcha.
Human beings.
Plus, they murdered a human, not a black person, not a dead entity. You know, that's plain and simple. But nobody doesn't talk about that when it comes to Corn Gaines. She didn't play the radio with them either because she had something ready for those fools when they came.
Oh yeah. No, she's a shero to me. I just was confused because even when only reason I found out about was when they had overturned the award when they awarded it to her and they overturned it, and then I know she got it back. But I was just like, damn, I didn't even know that. That's when I read into it and I saw, she was claiming that she was part of the Moorish Nation. I went back and looked at her videos. I'm like, that's how this thing goes. Because I'd always heard that you guys could just show your to cops and they'll just, they run off like termites or whatever. But I was just like, how realistic is this?
To be honest with you, these policy enforcers, they shouldn't even be saying nothing to us, period.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Saying, can I see your ID? I said, what you want to see my ID for? Is there a crime being committed?
Yeah.
They don't know their place, really.
And a lot of them don't even know it they doggone self. Just like a lot of these judges, they don't even know the law themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
I've heard this. Trust me, the higher ups, they know who we are. And speaking of Corn Gaines, another sister, Deion Sanders' ex-wife,
Pilar Sanders? Okay, yeah.
Brother Cosmo L did an interview with her and stuff. And, she claimed her nationality. Pilar Sanders L Day. And she also nationalized her children. And I'm going to tell you what Deion tried to do. He tried to put them back in the slave status. They were talking about she was crazy. She trying to label them as putting all type of witchcrafts and he basically literally had a pastor to come over to the house to rebaptize them and put them looking like
when they told us the story, when I heard that story, they don't mention the Moor part. They only mention the witchcraft and that she went crazy. Because I'm from Florida, so Deion's a hero to us out there. But I should have known something was up because all they mentioned was the witchcraft stuff, and then he was trying to re-Christian. Because I'm pretty sure he's Boule, but it was just like, damn, like he was going ham on her, and I'm like, man, it don't sound like you really got a case from what she was standing on, but I didn't know the whole Moorish aspect. I just knew he was saying witchcraft and she was crazy and all this stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, but she know the law. She know the law. She got her stuff together.
Right.
So it's like the bottom line is like these people they know who we are, and they seeing this like. They seen it all the time because they ain't got no choice but to go ahead and just bow down to that because they know this our land. They know this ours. Just like the video I have posted on my Instagram page of the elder brother, how he threw his flag outside the pickup truck up in Pittsburgh when 6 of those police cars pulled him over, violating his right to travel. And none of them never approached him, didn't touch him, didn't pull no guns on him, no nothing. So, because he already, they thought like when he pulled off, someone said, oh, they're going to arrest him once they get down the street. They didn't even do that. I mean, I gotta send it. I'll send you the link to it because
I want to see that.
Brother Ken, did you?
That right there also opened up a lot of people's eyes as well. So I tell everybody, and Faye, that's the way how that goes, like it is. But in the meantime, while that process is going, all you just do is just study, and and just stay sharp and stuff like that. And then stand on your square, enforce the Constitution, enforce the treaties, and stuff. Because. And on top of that, some few people, like I said, they get in this movement, but their hearts are not pure, like David said. You know what I'm saying? Heart's got to be pure. You got to be honest and sincere, and your vibration got to be up there. If you coming in this and you having a lower vibration, and you got thinking you trying to get in this to get over on people, yeah, you're gonna be exposed. You're gonna be exposed more than you think.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I implore brothers and sisters in the movement is the divine part. Once you get the divine part right, once you go in that courtroom, you know justice is going to be with you because you're in the right. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're out there doing foolishness and, excuse my French, fuckery, it's not going to work for you. It's not.
Right.
But if you're pushing your right to travel, your right to exercise your freedoms, your unalienable rights, you know what I'm saying? There's no one in the world that can touch your rights, your unalienable rights. So with that being said, when you cite case law, when you understand Robert Rules of Order, you understand how to interject, you understand, how to put in a proper application, how to address the courts, how to, basically go in there under amicus curiae, because I've done it. I'm pretty sure the brothers done it.
Mm-hmm.
It's real simple. You treat them how you want to be treated. You go in there belligerent, they're gonna treat you belligerent.
Yep.
You go in there demanding justice. You're vigorous and you're astute, and you present what you need to present in a firm, authoritative tone, but you're not talking down to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And you stand on your square, you'll receive your justice.
Like humbly,
So.
Humbling.
Being humble, and like you said, respecting them and respecting that it's like a business for them. It's let's see, just showing them the proper, it's like you letting them know you realize that it's a fraud that they're running anyway, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But see, they want to still keep the cover of the fraud to the rest of the people, keep everybody else blind, in a sense. So when you do go in there or your affairs or whatever, they basically their duty is to try to kind of knock you off your square, in a sense. So you won't
keep you in their jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. Brother.
To add to that, brother, keep you in their jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And so, like you said, if you're going in there like a Negro and you're going in there, huff puff and all this other stuff, they're gonna treat you like that.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have to go in there, understanding the game and just doing it right. You have to do it right, and that's another way. This stuff, the truth weeds out the falsehood. Those with the impure hearts and all this other stuff. So
Exactly.
Going there on the square.
Yeah. Exactly. Brother Cam, I see you got your hand raised. Did you have a question for us?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a quick statement and then ask the question. I want to say that I really appreciate all the brothers who are here on their own free time, who did all this work and sharing this information and knowledge. Me personally, I have 3 children, and I feel like I can't waste any more time, and I got to do what I got to do to get myself corrected and get them on the right path, because we don't know what the fuck these folks finna do in the next 3-4 months. And they was talking about shutting this shit down where you can't do it no more. So I just wanted the brother to go ahead with that next step. After you download the application and you fill them out, you send them in, and then what's up?
Yeah. When you receive them back, you're gonna get that seal as it was shown on there.
And I want y'all to hear. I wanted y'all understood when I told you how much I appreciate y'all, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yes.
This is what the Drop Squad is here for, man.
I appreciate all y'all, beloved. all y'all beloved. I appreciate you. Go ahead, bro.
We appreciate you. This is what we made the show for.
Because you know, it's a lot of dirty Moors out here that's not really giving out the information or whatever like that. But like
and exactly what I'm talking about. I done ran into many of them fuck boys, and I'm tired of them niggas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, whoa. Okay, brother. Hey, drop a bomb on that one. Drop it.
Let's go.
No need for apology. No need to freely.
Speak your piece, brother.
Freely.
That's what the Drop Squad we proudly emphasize on that.
It's just when a brother says something profound, we drop the horn for him.
Yes.
When the sisters say something profound, we drop the horn for him.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, whoa.
My name ain't just Khalid for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm the epitome of Brother Khalid Mujahid.
Yes.
Brother Khalid Abdul Muhammad.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't like to waste no time. I like to get down to the business, and I like to take care of the business.
Yes, yes.
Well,
let's take that talk, and I walk that walk, and I stand on that square ever since I was raised from a dead level. You hear me?
Go ahead,
that's
bro.
the thing, though.
Yes.
I'm sorry, y'all. That's the thing with me, for like I said, being in the temple since '94, whatever, and seeing people coming in, and you know, like I said,
so we got to bring in. We got babies we got to bring in. We got to hurry up with these numbers.
Right.
I don't mean to cut you off, brother, but I'm just saying, you know, that's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Speak free, bro. Speak free. Listen, the people who have spoken. The people, you are the people.
Yep.
The people have spoken.
Yep.
And if that's what the people want, that's what the people need to get. Period.
Yeah.
We control this government.
We are.
Go ahead,
and
brother.
see, the universe is weeding out the fake from the real from the period.
Right.
So you always got to remember that. You know what I'm saying? So you still have to remain humble with it. You know what I'm saying? And patient with it. But you still got to go ahead and, like I said, do your thing. Put in the studying and all that stuff. But that's the thing. That's what I'm about to say. That's the thing that kind of got me, not necessarily depressed or whatever, but kind of like, damn, y'all taking my time. Y'all taking my time on this earth for granted. You know what I'm saying? The dirty Moors and all this other stuff, and those who were going to the courts and BSing and all this other stuff, and not really handling the business how we supposed to, because brought us something real. He ain't bring us nothing fake.
Right.
He ain't bring us nothing fake. You know what I'm saying? No matter what everybody else, those with ill intentions may try to do.
Well, I'm gonna say this, bro.
They had me the same way, filled with depression and anxiety, and I still get it. And that's the reason why I feel like I feel, and I gotta move.
Right.
Exactly. Well, let me put some on the table then. You know, this ain't a rush process, even though you get these paperworks and everything. One thing we still gotta understand and still have to be disciplined with is understanding policy and procedure. Understanding how to put in a motion.
Right.
Understand, you know, how to put in an application, how to write a writ. All of these things have to be practiced. You understand? You can't depend on another Moor to write you a writ. You're supposed to know how to write a writ, even behind bars. The writ is one of the things we're supposed to commit to memory.
All right.
Excuse me. What is it? Produce the body? Habeas corpus.
Habeas corpus. That's
I'm sorry. It's a habeas corpus.
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of these dirty Moors don't even talk about a habeas corpus. When you jammed up and you in a situation, you know, this is practical knowledge that I'm bringing to the table. Not no bullshit ass spooky wookie, you know, talk. This is real stuff. Memorize how to write a writ, habeas corpus. Excuse me. When you know that, you speed up the process of seeing the judge. Do the people know that? Hold up, where's the brother that was in here earlier? That was studying law.
Kevin. Oh, Kevin.
I'm there.
Brother Kevin.
Yeah.
Brother Kevin, I'm pretty sure you know what a writ is, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The writ expedite
I have no idea on that one. I just know what it is. I don't know if it actually does that or not.
Well, tell the people what a writ is.
A writ is basically just I don't want to say this name. It's basically just a written order, basically, to get the court to basically do something for you in your favor. But I don't know if you need more than that. But that's basically
that's basically what it is. It's basically a motion for the courts. Normally, when you write a writ is a writ of habeas corpus. Corpus meaning body. So that means so many words in Latin produce the body. So what it's basically saying in common language is, bring me in front of the judge so I could plead my case, so I could talk to the judge in order to get this situated. That's all it is. You understand? When you write that, you could write that on a piece of paper, a napkin, anything, and you can turn it in and it will suffice. You can write it on notebook paper. You can, CO, give me a notebook, give me notebook paper and a pen. And if you know and you remember how to write a habeas corpus, you understand, and petition from an adverse situation, being you behind bars, you can save yourself a lot of time. You understand? Indeed. This is something that I push to the brothers who listen. The fight is not out there in the street with these policy enforcers. They got guns. You understand? You might have a gun, they might have a gun, and it might not end well. Your fight is in that courtroom. You understand? Your fight is paper and pen. You understand? And when if it get to that level where one day, this is a whole other topic, where it gets to lead and all that, we worry about that later. We not there yet. We not there. You understand? Right now, it's about that pen and that paper in your mind. Once you put that pen to paper, and you get what you need to get out there in front of the judge, then you could go ahead and wow. Because if you study enough and you know your shit, you know what I'm saying? They'll give you that window. Everybody know what I say when I say that window. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't know what that window is basically they give you a chance to get up out the courtroom. Yep. Okay? If you miss that window opening, that's it. It's a wrap. They're gonna railroad you. And you gotta work twice as hard to do what you gotta do as a Moor.
Okay, you said what messes that up?
If you don't know what you're doing.
Oh yeah, okay.
If you're not studied, if you don't show yourself approved, if you don't understand a courtroom procedure, if you don't take the time to study and understand certain things, you can mess yourself up. Because you can have the judge sit there and listen to you, but if you don't know what to do after, then what?
Go out there, run around talking about you this, you that, you GD, you Crip, you this, or you a Mason, you this, and them boys ask you what's up with that, and you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to get killed.
Right.
Thank you. You understand? Because they listen, a lot of those judges know what time it is. They've come across dirty Moors, they've come across sincere Moors, they've come across Moors who, for lack of better words, that don't know what they're doing.
You don't know your shit, you finna get dealt with.
Exactly. Absolutely. And they're gonna railroad you and get you back under jurisdiction by using legalese to get you to admit to something you don't even know.
Right. But they probably could be figuring out that you trying to do this thing, trying to get yourself right, and they gonna try to trip you up, hoping that you stupid enough or ignorant enough to have done your homework.
More or less, what I'm saying. If we don't study, we meaning all of us, that's gonna declare and proclaim. if you're declaring and proclaiming, you got a lot of studying to do. That's in front of you. You got to understand case law.
Message received. I'm ready.
Okay.
I've been ready.
Brother Supreme, I'm deferring to you, brother. You from outside of Oliver and a few other brothers I know, y'all are mean with that case law, bro. You sit there and cited the case law to me earlier today that I had to go look up. Speak on it, brother.
I had stepped away for a minute.
What I was saying is, a lot of brothers go in front of that judge and they don't know what proper applications to put in the court. They go in there and then they mess themselves up by putting in the wrong applications. They can incur fees, and if they don't know how to discharge fees, they become more of a nuisance than them getting a case dismissed or getting a case quashed, as we like to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I motion to quash. So, see, that's another one. Quash. Go look that up in the legal dictionary. Listen, I'm not the brother to speak to y'all on the law. You know, so I refer to other brothers that's here that's more astute than I am. But that doesn't mean I don't know my law now. And I defer to Brother Supreme. Go ahead.
Missing your chance. Window of opportunity. You always want to remain an honor in the court. You don't want to do too much, say too much, and you don't want to incriminate yourself.
Absolutely not.
And going to court is an invitation. You counter that with an affidavit, with a special appearance. You resolve that matter. All crimes are commercial, except for damage of property and
capital offenses. Capital offenses.
Yeah.
Supreme, before you get real started, you want me to make you the host? You got your photos together, like you did last time. You want to do it like that, where you put up the pictures, to go along with everything for you.
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Okay, so basically what the brother is saying, man, invoke your right to silence if need be. Listen, when they summon you to court and everything like that, the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. What we know is what you guys know as the prosecutor, the person that's bringing you to court. They're bringing the charges and whatever upon you. You understand? They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you did whatever it is you did. You understand? But here it is as a more. If it's not lawful, if it's fictitious bullshit statutes or city ordinances and stuff, those are not law. Right. You understand? Now, don't get me wrong. If you're driving down 95 miles an hour down to 15, you know, that's just, there's children and stuff like that. We're not advocating reckless driving and then using moral science to get off the ticket or whatever. Nah, you wrong. Common decency, people. You in a residential area, although it's not a crime, but still. You understand? You could hit somebody. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So use common sense when you out here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Use common. If it's gonna put you in a situation where you. But like the brother said, every crime has a so-called crime in their books has a monetary value to it. Yep. This is where, you know, we see the rich get off because Well, oh, okay, I did this. This is let me pay for it and let me get the hell out the courtroom. You know, you ever got that? Y'all ever had that flash ticket when y'all driving and then the y'all go and then the speed lights catch y'all and flick the camera?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all have that in y'all respective states or respective republics?
I think they have the cameras up there. But I've never seen them like flash. Lord knows I be driving like a bat out of hell, as my mother says. So, but they do have them there, but I've never seen them flash. So,
yeah.
So they never
here, but some cities here in Los Angeles, you know, you got different cities. Beverly Hills, Culver City, they have different laws there. So you might you might just cross the street and it might be illegal over there.
Mm-hmm.
But in LA proper, it might be legal.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, you know, different jurisdiction has different rules. Like the sisters is just essentially saying. Here's the thing. When you get those little summons, there's a monetary fee attached to it, right? Mm-hmm. Like a speeding ticket.
Yep.
Okay, speeding ticket might be $300. You ain't got the $300. Now you got to go to court. You know, that policy enforcer say, you know what? You can pay it, hire an attorney, or go to court or whatever for it.
Mm-hmm.
Now you go to court, they probably defer to some type of schooling or whatever, so you don't get license on your points, points on your license. You might have to pay the fine, or, you know, if you're lucky, the officer don't show up and the case is dismissed. Because the only person that witnessed the thing that's going to step forward is the officer, the policy enforcer. Now, here's the thing.
That's another thing that keeps you in jurisdiction is having a license, which is them attaching, is licensing something, then attaching a fee to your God-given right to travel.
Travel, right.
It's unconstitutional.
Yeah.
It's ungodly.
What case law is that, brother?
Give me 1 second. It's I want to say Miller versus
I think it's Murdoch versus Penn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure.
I'll look it up real quick. I want to say Miller versus.
Once y'all get it going, I put it up for everybody.
I also have a couple of books that I recommend y'all getting. One is called Meet Your Straw Man, whatever you want to know. Mm-hmm. The second book is called Common Law Handbook for Jurors, Sheriffs, Bailiffs, and Justices. I recommend those books.
Yeah. It's like, Supreme, I was right. It's like, it's the case of Murdoch versus Penn, meaning no state shall convert into a privilege, license it, and attach a fee to it.
Mm-hmm.
Repeat that, brother, one more time for the listeners and the people in the back.
Okay. No state shall convert a liberty fee to it. That's Murdoch versus Penn. Case number 319 US U.S.105. And on top of that, you can also Google or DuckDuckGo. Well, I say DuckDuckGo. With the Supreme Court, I repeat, you do not need a license to travel
on public highways
in your personal conveyance.
I have that case law right here.
So you're saying you don't have to have that, and what keeps you in bondage is even having it. So what are you supposed to do? Just give it and just roll?
No, the thing is, like, licenses only apply to people who's like employed by, or unless you're doing commerce, say, i.e., a Uber driver, or you driving a truck with goods on it, and that's doing commerce, or you are bus driver.
Chauffeur for a company.
Chauffeur for a company. Yeah. But unless you're traveling in your own personal conveyance, you don't need no license for that. See, and you know, everything that we were taught in school about, oh, well, you need a license to get this car and da-da-da, everything was a effing lie, was a fucking lie.
But I'm saying the brother said that it keeps you in further bondage if you have it.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Right.
It does because you're, first of all, you're agreeing to license your vehicle out to the state.
Which is DMV.
Which that's going to put you under their codes, regulations, etc.
So you want to, do you want to dispel that after you get your paperwork back, or you got to do that before that, or how you going to take care of that?
It all depends on your situation too, because I'd just let my shit go in 2016.
Brother, could you look up registration?
Registration?
Yeah. In the Black's Law Dictionary?
On it. Yep. Right here. Yeah, registration. Let's see. Hold on, let me read it out. Registration, recording, inserting in official register, enrollment as registration of voters, the act of a list, catalog, schedule, or register, particularly of an official character or of making entries therein.
Okay. How about Regis?
Regis or regrant, regrant, or whatever. Regis. Hold on.
But basically, when you register with the state, you making a catalog of the property that you have, which is the car, and you giving ownership, right, to a Regis. Regis being a lord, right? Somebody who has ownership or have taken ownership of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Right? Now, when they take over that vehicle, it becomes what?
It becomes
a motor vehicle.
Motor, yeah.
That's why you have DMVs. See what they did in lack of better words, I'm gonna say it in street terms, they branded your shit. Once they branded your shit, they have control over it. They can put fees, they can make you go get licenses for it, endorsements, whatever would happen. They can tax you on it. You know what I'm saying? Because you giving ownership over to them. So now you subject to all kinds of bullshit when you do that.
Yep.
Under this extralineal status.
Well, you know what? I think we wound up getting off track again because I had asked the brother about what's next after you send the paperwork in. I think somewhere we got off track again.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Here's it. When you send the paperwork in, brother, everything gets stamped, acknowledged, and then that's it. You are who you say you are.
Yes, sir.
I am who I am.
Yeah. Now the part that you asking about, when you get your name declaration and judicial proclamation back stamped, okay, you make 7 copies of each, because like I said, you're gonna send those copies to the 7 locations of government. 7 copies of the name declaration and 7 copies of the judicial proclamation. And those seven branches on the 7 locations of government, I keep saying branches, but it's locations. That's the United States Supreme Court, The U.S. Department of the Treasury, Department of Justice, going directly to the Attorney General. That's William Barr. Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Interior, Department of Homeland Security, and the United Nations.
All right. So
once they get that, they already gonna automatically know and send it back. They already automatically gonna know. Okay, they know who we are. Trust me, the federal government knows who we are.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's already been registered already. Like I said, with CM Bay registered the Zodiac Constitution with the Library of Congress, which you can get right now to this date. Get a copy of that from the Library of Congress to this date. So once
I wonder why I've heard from 3 different people who started their process, but then they stopped it, and they never give me a definitive answer why they stopped it. I mean, I know one or two of them told me that it got too political, or it was a lot of other stuff involved that I just didn't want to get involved in. Like the other one said it took away their citizenship, but it put them in sovereignty, and that means that they could have gotten in trouble because they're alone or some shit like that, man. I don't remember. But I remember. Go ahead.
Sovereignty? Sovereign is a status that's given.
That's given.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a status that's given. We're not sovereign. Our status, because we are Aboriginal, we indigenous to the land here. So
like it's like, you know, the African safari, the tribes that was already there or whatever. Like, in order for them drug companies to go over there and get the knowledge of how to create the pills and stuff they poison us with, they got to get permission from them. So they give them the bullshit and they take it and they get the rights and they making millions and billions of dollars, and they got fools like Bill Gates out here doing it. But us reclaiming our nationality and sovereign, like you said, not sovereign, but our nationality, we're becoming our own personal government. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, when you go into the courts, you got to know how to talk, because, you know, they got to follow the rules. The rules are the rules. You know what I mean? And you just got to know how to move. It gets to that. You got to move. But I don't look, when you living right, you're not never going to find yourself in court. That's the thing. So
bingo.
You never in court when you living right. Like I moved from Baltimore, born and raised in Baltimore, and I came out here to Texas, and like I don't see the police. I'm not saying they're not around, but they don't see me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm unseen. I operate. My intentions are always. They're never evil. They're always good for everyone. Like, I'm not looking to take away from anybody. So when you operating like that, like, don't shit happen to you. You just be seeing a bunch of shit though.
I can feel that, but I had went to that point because I was wondering, you know, why didn't they answer me first of all? So why didn't you complete the process? Now, you know, ifs, ands, and buts, questions and shit, and not really getting to the point and answering it. So, I mean, because I want my children to be safe. You know, I want them to be nationalized. I want them to be safe. Ain't no telling what can happen to me. So, you know, I want to go through the process and know what to expect, what to do, what books to get, to study on, you know, I mean, how to discharge this debt. You know, I lost my home over all this bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying?
As far as discharging the debt, I know under Experian right now, a lot of brothers and sisters are getting a lot of stuff knocked off. Start disputing a lot of stuff on Experian.
Yeah.
When you go to dispute the stuff, you go online or you can write a letter. Get your reports if you're gonna do it via paper, right? See what items and stuff that you want to get disputed. Write a letter
saying do my nationality. I don't mean to cut you off, but I got to do the nationality first, right?
Well, listen, you can go hand in hand. You can go whichever one you see fit to go first. This doesn't have nothing to do with nationality per se. This is just getting stuff off your credit. This is like a bonus, if you may.
Sound like that Nasara thing.
Yes and no.
It is. That shit about to go away. Like for real, it's all fraud anyway. The whole system fraud. They frauded everybody. Like, then look, this is the upper level conscious game of being in control. So, like, if you don't know that they can't do this shit and you are know that they can't do this shit, then they're gonna do this shit. That's why they keep up the fear to keep you afraid. See, the debt. Fuck the debt. Like, I mean, you can dispute it, but like, I'm not even trying to buy none of your stuff. I'm only trying to. I'm producing my own stuff for real.
It's my own thing, man. That's the reason why I need to know this shit so I can get on my proper status and get in my square and do the right thing and be able to take my children and they can do what they need to do.
Mm-hmm. But hey, the thing is, first you have to know that it's within you first. Like brother said, it's within you first. So like you were saying, being able to walk invisibly amongst everybody to where, like you said, it's cops out there, but you ain't trying to think of cops attacking you or attracting cops to you. So it's all about knowing that it's within first, and then just, like I said, learn the laws, reading this, reading that or whatever, in order to walk first naturally, within yourself and inside of yourself first. Mm-hmm. And like I said, changing that mindset first.
Because we creating our reality ourselves. So if you always thinking about good things, like good things are gonna happen. Like I'm not, like I said, I'm not concerned about the police because I'm not doing anything that requires the police.
Right.
Credit and stuff like that. That's more of the construct. That's more of the fear construct. Like you owe them something. Like it's not old. Right. It was deceitful how all this came about. Right. I hadn't but to participate in it because you set up this construct that's fraud anyway, which is coming down. Like right. This dude, Andrew Cuomo, just told Trump that he need an army to come to New York. Like, since when did a governor talk like a Batman character? Like, that's crazy. So, like, these people, the fact that the last time I was here, you showed the money. Well,
the debt clock. The debt clock. I know what you're talking about.
No. The currency. That the paper currency and the gold coins are Marcus Garvey and this is how you create your own society, nation. Like you literally, it could be a nation within a nation because you kind of sharing the land until you get your numbers up, and then you have the position on the world stage to do as you like. Mm-hmm. So right now. On a bigger scale of that is you got China and US going at it, right? But all the rich people going at it because Trump doing things differently than what they was doing.
And ball like them, they can't keep the game going, so they pissed off,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the fear about all that and just the poverty mindset that they brainwashed us with. That I've seen how I'm breaking out of that because that I've grown in that, that it's some strong sorcery there, that poverty mindset for real.
Yeah. And also thinking like all this other stuff when we don't even have to. If we move, like travel, how we travel and properly navigate like more is supposed to do. And learning stuff or whatever, and get your foundation straight. All that stuff, you'll avoid all that stuff. To where, like you said, you won't even have to go to courts for this and that and all this other stuff because you ain't even attracting that stuff to you. You ain't even thinking about that type of energy. You know what I'm saying? You just know that you're prepared. Period.
Exactly.
Right.
You're gonna be prepared.
All right.
Exactly.
That go back to the example I made of going down 95 miles an hour in the 15 mile per hour zone.
Right.
Like, what are you doing going down that fast? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, relax, bro. Relax.
Trying to get caught.
Right.
I wanted to add in on the right to travel. I do recommend more as the child do y'all injunction for your do not detain to be on the do not detain list.
So I have a question for Soapbox.
Yeah, go ahead.
And what you know about the Miss Jasara Nasara, how does that play into what we're talking about here today? Is declaring nationality going to affect that?
I would see more of it like a recognition and a restoration, like because if you're gonna officially recognize that I am indigenous to this land and the people y'all had here doing all this wild shit, kidnapped me basically and raised me up in y'all system, had me thinking that I was from goddamn Africa or wherever other than right here. When it like there's nothing, nobody in the system can tell you definitively that you didn't came from Africa. Not no DNA, none of that stuff. That's why you have to know the law. And that's why they say again about the books, because to take the time to know the law the way Brother O does, it's tedious. You know what I mean? And you have to want to know that stuff in order for you to get through it. It's not going to let you just, you know what I mean?
But that part of that is restoring the Constitution. So
what's that?
Yeah.
Part of it is restoring the Constitution. So then that's why I'm asking, is that going to be even required if they're going to if the goal is to set everything straight, if the goal is to set everything right, and we're going back to a constitution and eliminating debt and giving restitution, then where does that play into? I mean, what you just said, just in recognizing that would make sense. But I wonder if there's other aspects of it that we would still need to do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if I may interject, going back, getting the credit, you can have these debts and stuff off your back. Number one, you don't have these companies trying to sue you with these frivolous lawsuits.
Hello?
Simply when you can cite Article 1, Section 10.
No, because the Congress says it wipes away the debt anyway.
Yeah, I'm saying this is what you're going to do. You're going to wipe the debt away earlier, what I mentioned with the experiencing.
Here.
See, when you go into and all that stuff that you have on, all that stuff for lack thereof, if you don't have anything cool, you just build your credit if that's what you want to do. But if you have like a lot of people do and all that, discharge them. Discharge.
But that's what the global economic security reformation zeroes out credit card mortgages to banks, debt due, or illegal.
It's gonna do it. It's gonna do eventually. The thing is, you can do it now. Wait.
I have a question.
There's a lot of people that's doing it. I've done.
My Bluetooth.
I'm
has
at
anybody read
that
Nasara Jasara?
Thank you for calling.
Read it.
Yeah, I read some of it. That's
okay.
Read it. Okay. Does anyone know where it came from?
That came out basically 2001, but that's what.
Who's it from though? Who created that?
Oh, who created it? Oh, okay.
Okay.
That came out. Ooh. Oh, let me think.
Where you going?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it like this cosmic confederate or something?
Hey, Willa, get me Revelation 13.
Yeah.
Verse 13, please.
There you go.
All right, I got you. Sorry about that, y'all. That was
I wasn't gonna
Baylor
ask
Bay.
all that much because I was gonna wait till Sunday.
Baylor.
Yeah.
I want to put this in the sorrow just over the bed tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all. Baylor Bay is contacting me. He just called. I was trying to hear him. Go ahead, Supreme. What was it? Revelation
13, chapter 13, verse 13 through 18. 16, I'm sorry.
Revelation 13. Okay. And what was it? What was the other two numbers?
Start at 13.
13 through 16.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. If you could read that for me, please.
All right. I got you.
Well, we finna see that.
Supreme, you on one tonight, boy.
Yeah. Let me get this.
I gotta be with this.
You stirring the pot. You causing trouble. I like it.
I gotta whip it up, y'all.
Is this it?
I like it.
Hold on a second. 1 second, y'all. Baylor Bay. Hold on. Hello? Can you hear me, sir? You can't hear me. Can you hear me? I'm wondering if you can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's freezing out. Maybe five minutes real quick. I'll try to call you back. Let me see. I'm gonna try to call you back. Give me 5 minutes. I gotta get this worked out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're on right now. If you can, if you care to join us, I can send you the Zoom link.
Please.
Mm-hmm. Let them go ahead. We on live.
I'm gonna send you the Zoom link since we're on now. It's breaking up. Hold on. Could you hear me? I'm gonna send the Zoom link to the show. Okay. I hope he got that. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. I apologize. That was Baylor Bay, bro, that's docile over in Cathay over in China.
Oh, that's Sharif. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Sharif Nine Feathers. We've been trying to get in contact with him for a couple of days now. I'm gonna send him the link. So yeah. In the meantime, Supreme, what was it you wanted me to look for?
Give me Revelation 13. The energies flowing, they can't stop us.
Yeah.
They can't stop us.
Yeah. Off information that's always out of the sea. Let's see, Revelation 13 through 6.
Sarah.
Okay.
Because Sarah is the global economic
Mm-hmm.
shit, and the Nasara is the national, right?
Right.
All right.
Is this it?
Yep.
Says 13. Then I heard a voice.
Yep.
Then I heard a voice.
Read it all the way to 16 for me.
Okay, I got you. Then I heard a voice from heaven say, "Write this: Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Yes, says the Spirit, they will rest from their labor, for their deeds will follow them, harvesting the earth and trampling the winepress. 14. I looked, and there before me was a white cloud, and seated on the cloud was like the Son of Man, with a crown of gold on his head and a sharp sickle in his hand. Then another angel came out of the temple and called in a loud voice to him who was sitting on the cloud, "Take your sickle and reap, because the time to reap has come. For the harvest of the earth is ripe over the earth, and the earth was harvested." 16.
Hold on. I got something different. Let me read what I got. I can barely see it because my screen is cracked, but let me give you what I got.
Yeah.
And it says, this is Revelation 13:13.
Okay.
And he does so that he maketh fire come down from the heaven on earth inside of man, and deceiveth them all that dwelled on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwelled on the earth that they should make an image of the beast, had the womb, which had wound by the sword, and did live. And he had power given life into the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause it that as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. And he calls it all, both small, great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or their foreheads. 17, I'm gonna go to 17. And that no man may buy or sell, save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. I'm gonna finish it with 18. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. So we are talking about a man. KJV. This is the KJV version. And this is and you see what she read didn't match up with what I just read. So you can see how they didn't change it up to keep you know, the information from being received. But
okay, so how does that relate?
They can't stop the information.
How does that relate to what Sister Dawn was asking you?
Okay, I'm finna break it down for you, brother. Jatara Act is, see, people are looking for a beast, a mark, the coronas. How do they check your temperature?
Point
to the forehead.
Now,
but exactly. It says that the beast and this will be given to you in what? In or in your forehead. That's physically and that's metaphysically.
They can take that temperature in your elbow and on your wrist. Right?
That's cool, but I'm not sure about that. You have to let me know. But to the point that I'm making is that people are looking for, how can I explain this? People are looking for some scientific shit. When if you read this closely, it's talking about man and his policy. Who, with the coronavirus, I was saying the way they check your temperatures with that gun and they point a fucking laser at your pineal gland. Shit that's occurring or going to change, I feel, on December 21st, 2020. This is all astrology.
Say that again. Say it again, bro.
Okay, this is what I believe. 2020, December 21st. There is going to be an evolution in humanity.
Which is really
for those who are on the right. It's cycles. And we are going into the cycle where our melanin is in
is going to be activated. So you're talking about Nasara Jasara. That is the beast system. That is a false promise.
That's because it all signed over. Clinton already signed it to mine between.
I understand it.
Well, I'm not going to debate about it. It's there. You can go look at it.
I've read it.
It does take into that to account. Yeah, we are supposed to. Our DNA is changing, and it has over 6,000 patents, right? The suppressed technology that's supposed to the public. Mm-hmm. That takes that into account. So it's everything from free energy devices to healing mechanisms going to work with our system we're going to.
Okay, I will say to that. When has the European gave you anything to assist you?
But we're not talking about Europeans here.
But this is European policy. If you read the Bible in Deuteronomy chapter 28, it says no man will be able to redeem you. Right? Mm-hmm. Until the prophet Noble Drew Ali came and gave us a national flag and a nationality and tied us back to the human family. Also, he stated that the Moors will come into themselves in the year 2000. Hollywood and the mainstream media and the shadow people, Council on Foreign Relations, Bilderberg Group, those are the people who write the policies, right?
And like I said, it was already signed, and instead of them allowing it to go forward.
I understand it. Everything has to take place, though. I was finna finish breaking down what goes into that. Nasara Jasara. Because something just happened that people not paying attention to that is also biblical. And a biblical warning from your ancestors.
So I asked the question.
That
where does that even come from? I mean, where does that even come from, Jasara and Nasara? Where does that shit come from?
I'm finna tell you.
Look. All of this put in place. Thing is compartmentalized. Everything is broken down, and they've been on this journey since 1776. See what I'm saying? So this is been a process. So with them signing the Nasara Jasara, Trump just signed. He just made Jerusalem the capital of Israel. No man has done that since their existence because it's a false state. In Revelation 2:9, it states that I know thy works and thy tribulation, but thou art rich. And those who say they are Jews are not Jews, but are the synagogue of Satan. So what you just witnessed was the synagogue of Satan being set up, along with the Nasara Jasara Act. The peace treaty just took place that Trump put in place. None of this was able to happen in Trump. So pay attention. This is revelation.
Make sure I understand it.
I'm finna tie it all in together. The Nasara Jasara policy is going to go along with this new world order, paperless, cashless, called a credit system. The credit system that they have in place, yes, the credit system it's been prophesied, it's been told, it's been warned. One man has came on the scene, one charismatic man has came on the scene, and he's gave you peace in the Middle East, which has not been able to happen in over 50 years. Made Jerusalem the capital of Israel, and we're about to go to this operation Warp Speed, and that's the vaccine plan. Exactly. But you know it's gonna change your DNA.
Exactly.
And
so this is.
I'm just gonna say real quick, trumpets, you know what they talk about in Revelations?
Thank you.
The trumpets.
Yeah.
So trumpets, all that stuff is dealing with the trumpets. But go ahead.
Yeah. Not to cut y'all off. I
It's
just
all
want to.
it's all symbolic.
Yeah. Not to cut you off,
Go
Supreme.
ahead. Go ahead.
I apologize. I just want to say welcome to our brother Sharif Nine Feathers Bay. He's finally here with us. And I just wanted to say welcome to him, and we're glad he could be here with us. So, greetings,
Islam,
bro.
Greetings,
Islam.
Islam.
Big piece from the East Gate, Cathay territory. Everything's well.
Everything, all is well, brother. All is well. You right on time.
Yeah, man. I'm Islam. I barely have enough time to even eat. I was sitting up having a late lunch, but it's all good.
Yeah, we thank
Hope
you
there's
for
not
being
too much
with
noise in the background. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah,
There's a lot of noise in the background, a lot of music and stuff. Yeah, let me. You know what? Let me try to get to another spot right quick. Hold on.
Okay.
我现在去另外一个地方，去一个地方比较安静，然后再回来。你可以发信息给我就。I'm back.
Brother speaking Chinese over there.
Yeah,
I speak.
That's the brother from the
Yeah,
East.
I speak. Yeah, the East.
East Gate.
So I've been here for a while, about 12 years. I went to college here.
MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
Yes.
So I think now is a little bit more quiet, is it?
Yeah, you good now.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm good. So yeah, never a dull moment right now. Things are moving forward. I know. That's to be expected. So I'm honored to be on the Drop Squad show, or to be invited here.
Yeah, glad to have you here because
sure.
Not that I would say creator of the floor, let him explain a little bit more in depth on what this document can do for us and for us here in Northwest America.
Absolutely. Is this show being recorded?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
All right. It's all good.
Yeah. But we could always
Breaking
that down, Spring.
Yeah.
All right, so all of this ties into the one world government, man, and the new world order. When you nationalize all of that stuff, it is done. You know what I mean? You just have to do your due diligence in finding out your rights, because if you don't know your rights, you do not have any rights. So don't think anyone or anything is going to do. If they haven't done it in over fucking 400 years, don't think that they're going to do it now. You have to do this yourself. No one's coming, cracking the sky, saving you. We have to do this shit. You see, these people are totally corrupt. So my thing is to just research as much as you can and find this out, as you go. But these people are not playing. They in full court press. They putting all of this shit in place, and we about to get ready to go on the second lockdown. The second lockdown, that's pretty much it. You know what's coming after that? The needle. So all of this shit is a distraction and keep you from what you need to be doing for yourself, for your family, and for your nation.
Exactly.
All right. It's basically like that movie. My bad, Supreme. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so don't be looking for no plans to kick in for his cue. If motherfucker don't have tangible evidence, tangible that you can grasp, we gotta look at that, you know what I'm saying, with discerning eyes. My grandmama used to say, believe none of what you hear and half of what you see.
Right.
So with that being said, do your research. Don't believe everything that you read. None of what you read, basically, if it's not fucking some tangible shit that you have proof of. And have
that movie, what's it
Slime.
name? About the people that they volunteer. They say, damn it, the Hunger Games.
Jennifer, yeah,
Hunger Games. That's it. My bad, y'all. I'm sorry. It's basically like the Hunger Game they're trying to put us into.
Yeah. So let me allow me to bring Sharif Nine Feathers Bay.
Yes.
Brother Sharif, you got the flow. Because I'm personally myself is interested in these. Allow me to bring Sharif Nine Feathers Bay.
Yes.
Brother Sharif, you got the flow. Because I'm personally myself is interested in the travel documents myself.
Yes.
And I think the Moorish American Travel Document is the first document of its kind to do that in regards to safeguarding Moors, funds or the resources or the time to do all of the nationality paperwork in this very critical moment and put all of the corporations on notice. But they can have the MAT-D to safeguard and protect themselves because it has Article 6 inside of it. It has the American Moor Mantra, right? It has other things. It has a AA 222141 inside. And it has, the estate page where you can showcase your own private allodial trust, plus challenge the straw name from the birth certificate, all while having your Moorish appellation inside.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
you answered the question. You answering the question that I asked earlier in the show when we was on here earlier. That answers the question of me being in I don't want to use the word perilous state, but having been jacked over so many other foul Moors out there and needing to take care of this business because I have children, then you just answer my question of what I need to do, and I just need to know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, all one needs to do is inquire about the MAT-D, the application. Reach me at Moorish National Republic Consul. That's CONSUL @gmail.com about it.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm a little slow. Can you get it to me again?
Moorish National Consul is spelled CONSUL @gmail.com.
Got it.
So I've started with not seeing the MAT-D out there so much, just kind of slowly breaking the waters with it because of various corporations worldwide, things that we're trying to do in a restructure of the Al Moroccan government as a business for me. But I'm slowly going to become a philanthropist that will be generating capital towards various training programs and things like that to get the Moors back rolling.
Thank you so much for that, Sharif. Thank you.
It don't look like you trying. It looks like you doing it.
I just try to stay humble with it because really what I'm doing, to me, it's normal. It's like that. That's normal. I know that it's doing a lot for people and things like that. That's what it's to do.
Mm-hmm.
But someone that was just hit with a vision from my ancestors, and that vision, while I just made the dream come true. That's it. It's not something that like just came specifically from me. There was a sort of divine inspiration that was behind the creation of it. Mm-hmm. So I'm very careful not to take the credit away from the divine that has inspired me to produce the document.
Well, Islam, we know that. We all principles of the creator. We all principles of source.
Absolutely.
Islam that we're doing via live stream, that is. So it means a whole lot to us, especially me, since you hit me back and you reached back out with me. So I appreciate that from you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Yeah. I've been keeping up with your work often. I always see you on my timeline on IG and 2020 mailing list, if you will, going with proclaiming my nationality and getting my paperwork in as soon as possible. So I thank you for that.
This is what I do 24/7. Yes.
Brother Sharif, I got a question. You got two of
They also have it. But I mean, Noble, if you want one, I can do that for you. Of the DMAT-D, the diplomat Moorish American travel document, and the regular travel document. The difference first is the color. The standard one is red. The diplomatic one is blue. The standard one, I use the old seal that I originally started with the letters in all capital letters and then Al Moroccan with inside of the circle a little bit. And then the diplomat symbol has Moorish American travel document. And then the diplomat symbol has Moorish American travel document in all lowercase letters, and then it has diplomat inside of the circle. Also, the ID pages are different. In the standard MAT-D, the red booklet, when you open it up, just like a passport, right? It's horizontal. In the vertical, the diplomat travel document, a different kind of ID page, and the background is moved away from the original style of the MAT-D thing. All of the visa pages are the same, which I moved away from the original style of the MAT-D where I had, some of the so-called conscious Moors, they were coming off but the new version, the 2020 version of the MAT-D, in order to have a passport. And after a while, I just say,
and your status change with the information.
See, right. My idea was to make a more for the. That's why my slogan for the Moorish American travel document is "What more does a Moor need?" I even leave extra pages for you to put whatever law is inside of the booklet that you want, along with that. You have claimed your own body. Right. And this is why the live life claim that I produce allows you to put people. And the live thing, and it looks way better than a birth. Talking about forcing vaccines and stuff on people. And the live life claim supports one of the major law max, the Turners or whoever they are. When they read it, they know that it is supported by a major law maxim, and that they're American born rec says it on the document. Never produce anything that is true, correct, and complete. They only deal with presumptions. They only deal with presumptions at law. All right. So that means that there's none of them can discredit the live life claim.
Absolutely.
Right? Once again, that's also dealing with probate, because it's showcasing yourself being an heir to your parents in its proper form. Right.
How a nurse walks in with the clipboard and she asks the mom and dad for the name, free. And then the moment the registered nurse walks in with the clipboard and she asks the mom and dad for the name, you go.
And I came 2008 by way of a scholarship to go to a university here. Back at Al Moroccan, I was taking some coursework for applied mathematics. Like the second day, she said, "Have you ever taken?" And so I kept studying that semester, and then I got a 99% on a final exam to some construction over here, as I'm a construction expert.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Do that we dealing with the Wuhan, the coronavirus and all that stuff. How's it over there in China? I mean, how it, with
one of the reasons why I haven't, I've came back to El Moroccan, but I usually just stay for like 2 weeks and I leave. There's no hard work. There's no trouble. I have no trouble over here. Right? I don't get harassed as the Chinese people. They're from a lot of people that, China this and the Chinese don't like, black people. You hear a lot of that, right? Other people, yes, because China was locked out from the world for a long time. In the news and things back there about China, a lot of bad things. And you'll have this thing going on about the food shortage. China has a major food shortage. not grow all of their crops in an open field. They farm in tents today, in buckets. So if it rains too much, they can actually take the whole plant, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way they do most of their farming today and indoors.
Right.
So you'll say, well, China has all this rain, so many crops, they're getting ready to starve. Most of them aren't trying to be out in the field anymore like that.
Mm-hmm.
They'll take care of their garden inside of a tent, which will give them some sunlight, but it also keeps them out of the sun too.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more of a contained environment. So they've been through this stuff before.
Right.
Right. I mean, how you know, to feed 1.4 billion people a day, your agricultural game has to be down. They feed that many people each day.
Mm.
So
like chickens with their head cut off. You
right,
know,
right.
You know,
Right. Do you see me with a mask on right now? You all can see me, right? The only time you're required to wear a mask here is if you're on a subway.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Or unless they just virus, but there are no doctors. I will send you back a proofread of your Moorish American persons, live flesh and blood. Oh, doesn't pertain to you if you claim your nationality. IDs with barcodes and scanning stuff on it, because we are not products.
Oh, it's long. Yeah.
Right. So I have people that have used the MATD, you know, with the a Real ID Act, something that doesn't pertain to us at all.
Mm-hmm.
It pertains to commercial documents that I have. Another powerful thing that I must get over to you all, because it's kind of one of the big topics in the letters, including the appellation. Boy, is that use capitalization.
Mm-hmm.
So if they ever want to put your Moorish appellation into a system and they add one capital letter in it, corners with the MATD, with my IDs, with the lowercase letters, that you are the creditor of the estate,
Mm-hmm.
right? And if you look on my, you see that?
Islam. Yeah.
Right. So no corporate fiction is doing any business with the Moors or whatever, because, you know, if you come in your flesh and blood and you're using all lowercase.
Mm-hmm.
Association doesn't play around with infringing on its caged up like that.
Right.
It's you know, it's a serious thing. So yeah, Nobles, we just have to
football and you feel me? It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's much different, you know. The what do they call it? The bailiff in jail or the cell? What you that? Ready to go to bed? Come on. Go to bed. Come. She's so much. Come on.